All right. Hey everyone.
Hey,
So, we are just running a few minutes behind tying some loose ends, but thank you all for being here.
yes, thank you for coming. Like Britt said, we're just running a few minutes behind. Alicia will be here in just a few moments. She just had to grab a few things, but she's coming. Lisa?
Yes, Bryn. Hey Bryn. Hey Gladys. Hey Miss Teely. Blues Girl. Larry. Melissa. Jade, you better be here. So, yeah, Trenda, this one's a real doozy, huh? It's a crazy case.
Oh yeah, it's really interesting though, and I'm really excited to be covering it with you guys.
Yeah, it's going to it's really sad, obviously. The focus should be on Kalia the baby, but it's just I don't know, crazy, just crazy, crazy the events that took place with this entire situation. So, there she is.
Hey.
Hey girl.
Um, Oh my gosh, my mic's making my hair. I look like a shaggy dog. Hi Larry, hi Gladys, hi Tam. Oh my gosh. Hi Nace. Um so where you guys what's going on?
So we were
Hi
just talking
Bryn.
about the dynamics of the case, like just how sad it is, that Kalia was
Yeah.
only 15 days old, and then all of the horrible events that took place during the investigation and the trial. It's just a crazy case.
Yeah, it is sad. Sorry. It is really windy here. Is it windy where you guys are?
Yeah,
Very.
we're actually getting ready to get more snow, so
Oh
it's cold.
no. I love snow though. I like it when I think it's warm. It gets warmer when it snows. All
Yeah, it
right.
does.
Hi, just Larry. X amount of words. You guys want to say hi? Do your thing. Um, okay. For
Hey,
all of you seeing
Nasa.
me,
Yeah,
all of you
thank you
seeing
everybody for being here.
yeah, well, we're streaming from my channel and Trenda's channel. So for you guys seeing me on Trenda's, hi, I'm Alicia. I love T Alicia. Um, I do everything. like I but I was really interested in this case a while ago and I just I don't know. Just can't get I could not for some I think I've watched it, the trial. Honestly, will be maybe my fourth time. And I still learn, like I said, I still find something out new.
Yeah.
Um, and for those of you seeing Trenda, you want to tell them about you on my channel?
Hello. I'm sure I'm no, you guys saw me last time. I didn't really get much of an opportunity to introduce myself, but I have the channel Moral Transgressions, and I pretty much cover everything as well. You've probably seen me up on panel with Melissa as well. Um, I just any topic, anything that really catches my attention. I'm
Yeah.
really excited to be doing this case though. I did not know about it until a week and a half ago, I think.
Not even.
Oh, it feels like it's been about a week and a half.
Yeah, it has. But no, it's been like half a week.
Kim, I was just playing with you when I said that the other night. You didn't spoil anything. I was actually
No, we love that. I love when
yes, I was really, really impressed with how much you knew about it because there's so many people I asked about this case that had no idea that it even existed. So when you were in the comments, like doing just as good as us and keeping up, I was shocked that you knew what you knew about it. So I was just giving you a hard time being funny.
Let's see if we can make it.
No, I love when you guys interact and, talk to us about it because, you guys help keep us on track. If there's a situation where, we're trying to put information out and say, like, we got something wrong and you guys are able to correct us, it honestly helps us. Like, I don't get offended at all.
Okay. Well, are you guys ready to jump into this craziness?
Yeah, let's do it.
Trenda, do you want to start it off?
Yes. So,
all right.
Kind of how we planned on starting off tonight was, of course, we're going to cover the trial. I feel like listening to the opening I feel like listening to the opening statements are really important. It kind of gives you an idea of where both sides are, where they stand, and kind of gives you an idea of what to pay attention to, what to look for. And so I'm going to go ahead and pull up the prosecution's opening statements so that you guys can hear it, and then we will listen to the defense opening statement and we'll jump into it.
Hi Ginger, hi Breezy, hi Destiny, hi. Oh wow, I said the same. Oh, I didn't know I typed for you too. Sorry, Trenda. So, wait, does anybody not know? You guys already explained pretty much the case. If not, you're about to know. I guess opening statements will tell you that.
Yeah, we didn't explain it really.
Well, we did a live before, and if you didn't see that live, should we do like a short little recap of?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we can.
Before we, but okay. So this is about 2-week-old Claire McNabb. She was born September 23rd, 2017. At 9:53 p.m., 6 pounds 6 ounces. She was premature, but she was healthy. Her parents are Courtney Bell and Christopher McNabb, which they are blood first cousins. Can you guys hear me good? Sorry, maybe I should put that closer. They're blood first cousins. Courtney and Chris's father are brother and sister. They have another child also. Her name is Clarissa. She was 2 years old at the time that this happened. Anything else? At the time of her disappearance,
the parents were alleged drug addicts. And they lived in a tumultuous relationship. It was there was domestic violence between the couple. They were first cousins, and the Courtney's father and Chris's father basically took turns providing diapers clothes, food. They paid rent. All the
Exactly, yeah.
utilities. Um, and it was just a really rocky relationship between the two.
Hi, Blue Scroll.
Well, see,
Um,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just
no,
to
go
kind of
ahead,
answer
girl.
just Larry's question. See, they didn't, according to them, according to Courtney, Chris, and his family. Well, her family, so the family, because they're all kind of family.
Yes, it's weird, right?
Tim actually kind of goes into detail and explains that a little bit. So they didn't. Courtney was raised by her father, Tim. Chris is related to Courtney on her mother's side. They didn't know each other as kids growing up. They met in 2013 after they became adults, and their relationship kind of took off from there. Tim didn't know that Chris was her cousin until they had already been in a relationship for a while, because he knew Chris's family as either Hambies or Black. He did not recognize the last name McNabb at all. So it was kind of a learning curve for all of them too.
I think it was intentionally hidden from him, wasn't it? They didn't want
I
him to
believe
know.
so. I mean, because he didn't really. I don't think he really knew her mom that well. Courtney's mom, because she had like no part in her life.
Yeah, it was very.
Okay. You wanna what else? Oh yeah, she went missing October 7th, 2017 from her rockin' sleeper in their mobile home, where her father, mother, and her 2-year-old sister were. And she was found October 8th, 2017. I can't remember the footage, like how many feet, but very close with, I think it was like, oh my gosh,
Less than a mile from the trailer park, right?
Yeah,
yes,
if I remember correctly, and I will double check,
500,
it was about 50 feet from
yeah,
50 feet.
like into the wooded area where she was found.
Yeah.
And unfortunately she had been
She suffered from blunt force trauma
yes,
to
thank
the
you.
head. Yeah.
And they found
Um,
her, actually volunteers found her, they in a bag, they found a bag under under a log with a little bit of brush on it. And that's when they had called over, I believe it was Sergeant Dickerson, and they had secured the scene. So that's kind of just a little bit of a sum up of what we talked about last time. So I think that the opening statements will tell you a lot more. You're ready?
Yes. Just to kind of a little bit of a disclaimer, my volume on my computer is really low, so it'll be best to hear this with headphones. I tried to find the best video and audio that I could, so please just bear with us.
Okay, I'll mute. Let me see.
9:53 p.m., Kalia Claire McNabb came into this world weighing 6 pounds and 6 ounces. She was a little premature, but otherwise a healthy baby. The evidence will show that just 14 days later, her father, Christopher Michael McNabb, ended her life so abruptly and with such teeth came through her gums and into her tongue. You'll hear that she was then later left out in the woods, wrapped in clothes and a blanket. She was stuffed into a bag. She was put under a log, in a hole, and left out for strangers to find. The evidence will also show that Courtney Bell was too busy smoking methamphetamine to protect her child. You'll hear that during the 14 days that Kalia was alive, Courtney and Chris had her maybe 4 or 5 of those days. And during those days, they would drop her off with family members during that time. You'll hear from Megan Sorrells, who is one of her cousins who Kalia was going back and forth to. The first thing that you'll hear today, or one of the first things that you'll hear today, is a 911 call from October 7th, 2017. And Courtney Bell will say that her baby is gone. You'll hear that the last time that she saw her 14-day-old was at 5 a.m. And when she woke up at 10:30, the child was missing. You'll hear she called her friend Missy, who came and helped her look. You'll also hear that Chris then runs into the woods. He runs into the woods to look for his 14-day-old baby. You'll hear from multiple first responders, the deputies that came out on the scene at first. You'll hear that Christopher McNabb showed up about 40 minutes after they had been on scene. You'll hear that he was wet and muddy from going through those woods. You'll hear from different family members of Courtney Bell, and the reason I put this up here is to sort of give you an idea of how this is going to play out. There's a lot of different names here. There's a lot of different people who are related. So this is hopefully going to make sense as we go throughout the day. You'll hear from Tim Bell, Courtney's father. You'll hear 911 calls from about 5 days before the baby went missing, where Courtney and Chris and Tim were having a disagreement over the children. Tim didn't feel that they were safe where they were, so he wanted to take them back. You'll hear from crime scene technicians and investigators about the steps that they took to find baby Kalia and the steps that they took after finding her body in that drawstring bag. You'll hear that both defendants were interviewed. Listen closely to those interviews and listen to the changes throughout them and the inconsistencies. You're going to hear that eventually they narrow that time frame, the time frame that they at first said they saw her at 5 a.m. and she was gone at 10:30. You'll hear them narrow that down to about a 30-minute time frame of when that baby could have gone missing. 30 minutes of broad daylight when that baby went missing. You'll hear from people who are riding in the car with Courtney and Chris the next day, when Courtney gets a call that the baby's been found. And at that moment, Chris jumps out of the car and runs. He says, "They're going to think I did it." You're going to hear you're going to see some Facebook records that show conversations between Courtney and Chris, the co-defendants here. And you're also going to see conversations between Chris and a woman that he was talking to the morning that his child went missing, during a time when he says he was asleep. You're going to hear from the medical examiner, and she will explain to you the type of injury that this baby had to her head. She'll explain to you the type of force that was necessary to inflict this injury.
Trigger warning.
I expect that throughout this trial, there's going to be some people that you don't like. You're going to see that Chris and Courtney weren't living the most savory lifestyle. They were surrounding the people that they were around are not going to be people that most people would have a 14-day-old baby around. But we're not going to sugarcoat anything for you. We're going to show you exactly how this baby was living. I expect that you'll hear from Courtney's mother, who you'll find out real quick is never going to win Mother of the Year award. But what I ask you to do is put those emotions aside and the frustrations with the people aside and listen to the evidence. Look at the physical evidence and listen to the words of those two defendants. Listen to how their stories change and use your common sense. Christopher McNabb is charged, as the judge has already stated, with 1 count of malice murder. Okay, that's for intentionally or unlawfully, malice aforethought, which will be explained later down the road, caused the death of Kalia McNabb by inflicting blunt force trauma to her head. He's then charged with 2 counts of felony murder, and those are basically charged as during the commission of a felony offense that he did cause the death of Kalia McNabb. The 2 separate felonies are aggravated battery and cruelty to children in the first degree. Aggravated battery is described or is charged as maliciously causing bodily harm by rendering Kalia McNabb's brain useless. And cruelty to children is charged as causing cruel and excessive physical pain by inflicting blunt force trauma to her head. He's also charged with one count of murder in the second degree. And that's by inflicting those injuries to her head. That he did that with negligence, which is different from murder in the second degree. He's also charged with one count of cruelty to children in the second degree for negligently causing cruel and excessive physical pain. Lastly, he's charged with concealing the death of another, and that's that he did unlawfully conceal the death of Kalia McNabb, which hindered the discovery of whether or not said person was unlawfully killed for hiding her inside of that hole, inside of a bag. Now, Courtney Bell is charged with one count of murder in the second degree. As I explained earlier, that's negligently causing the death through committing the act of cruelty to children in the second degree. And cruelty to children in the second degree is, again, that she negligently allowed Kalia to suffer cruel and excessive physical pain. She's lastly charged with deprivation of a minor, or contributing to the deprivation of a minor, where she did unlawfully fail to provide proper parental care or control for Kalia McNabb, and such that without adequate supervision necessary for child's well-being, and the said act resulted in that child's death. As you sit here, I encourage you to take notes on those notepads that you have, because the court reporter can't go back in the room with you and read back everything that we've talked about. I know on TV, they'll say, read back for me what so-and-so has said. Well, that doesn't happen here. You won't get to go back with the transcripts. There's going to be a lot of names. There are a lot of people in this case. So I encourage you to use those notepads and take notes and pay attention to what's going on out here, because when you go back in there, you'll be left with your collective memories and what you've written down and what you can remember from what happened out here. Today is the day that you hear the case against Christopher McNabb and Courtney Bell. But it's also the day that you're hearing the case of Kalia Claire McNabb. I ask that you give this case the attention that it needs and deserves, and I suggest to you that at the conclusion of this case, based upon the physical evidence you have, the testimony of the witnesses, and the interviews of the defendants, the state will carry its burden and prove this case to beyond a reasonable doubt. And at that time, Ms. Zahn will come back up here and ask you to find the defendants guilty on all counts. Thank you.
What do you guys think so far?
Well, she's not too happy with Chris McNabb, is she?
Yes, or Courtney. That's the prosecution, and they are co-defendants in this. Which,
yes, and
I kind of felt like they should. Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Brenda, are you good?
Yeah, you're good. I'm just trying to get to the next part.
Okay.
So go ahead, keep talking. You're good.
Okay, so yes, there's there's gonna be a lot of trigger warnings, but you guys are gonna see as we get further into this case, like she said, there is a lot of people involved. And like I said, they're co-defendants. I feel like they should have been tried separately. I feel that each individual, that's just a feeling that's how I feel when it comes to law. But this is Georgia, so I know, but they do that.
I feel like it's important to say, once we get further in this case, you'll see what I mean when I tell you that the justice system failed this child, because it hasn't been confirmed that she had drugs in her system when she gave birth to Kalia, but she is actively, doing meth and probably other substances at the time of Kalia's birth. And the cops actually, when Tim Bell called to get both the girls from Courtney, the police actually told Courtney just to allow Tim Bell to take the girls overnight to prevent CPS from coming in. So I feel like I'm a little frustrated learning this, because there were multiple occasions where there was an opportunity that Kalia could have been saved, but they didn't, you know.
Well, and I mean, kind of like we covered on, the very first live we did, if you really sit back and think about the timeline, this poor baby had the only chance at life she had was away from her parents. And she spent the majority of her very short life away from her parents. I think when we sat down and broke it all down, she was born September 23rd, 2017. Courtney spent 2 days in the hospital with Kalia due to complications from the birth. Kalia altogether spent 4 days in the hospital. So she was taken home September 27th.
Yeah.
From the time they got home, it was...
I think I have it all right. Let me see.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull it up. Okay, so she where did you leave off? She spent the 4 days, 23rd to the 27th in the hospital.
Yes.
3 days, the 1st through the 3rd, with her cousin Megan. The 3rd, Courtney's father, and that's when he intervenes, takes the car, and then also the children. That's when you guys will see. I'm going to speak a little bit on that incident, and you will hear the 911 calls. And then he drops them off the morning of the 6th. So think about that. That's only 2.5 days. And then if you think about how many times she was dropped off for them to go run and do whatever they wanted to do, they probably only spent like a day or 2.5 days, if that, with her. And that was not even full time, It's really sad. When on the 3rd, we'll get there because we still have to. Let's hear the defense do their opening, and I want you guys to really just remain open-minded and not act like you're a jury, like, don't instantly presume guilt. I'm not saying they're innocent or anything, but let's really look in this together and see where this evidence does lead us. Because, like Brittany said, there's a lot of people involved and some shady ones. And I think that I'm you ready to do the defense, Trenda?
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and mute and go start that.
I will mute as well, you guys. Oh, wait. Did you want to read? Oh, sorry. Gladys had a comment. Do you want to read that? I have a friend whose grandson was born addicted. She told me the doctors could tell right away from the baby's cry there was a problem. That's when they did a drug test on the mother. They actually that's mandatory now.
Gladys,
When
I can't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
well, just because I've had so many kids, it's mandatory when you go in, you get drug tested, and so does the baby.
Yeah.
And they check the blood cord,
Mhm.
the blood cord to see. You could see all the way back to like day one if there was any drug usage, and we
Well.
know there had.
Mhm. I agree.
But yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah. Well, I want
bring
to
that
throw
up.
something in there real quick before we play it too, because this might help a little too with an idea. So where they lived at was Covington, Georgia, and Covington is about 10 miles from Rockdale County. Rockdale County is where I grew up in Georgia. Um, I had my daughter in Conyers, Rockdale County, and I know people that currently still live there. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, not for myself, but people that I know who were addicted to some sort of substance while giving birth. I know at least 3 that I can think of off the top of my head that did not lose their kids, and CPS was not called. Um, but at least 3 people that gave birth at the hospital that's about 15 miles from where Courtney and Chris lives, and their child wasn't taken from them. So it does happen. Um,
So
you would think that it would be policy that, nurses or doctors contact CPS if there's drugs in the baby system, but I've seen people skirt by.
when I was in labor with my last baby, a woman was put in the room across from me who came in the ER with a stomach pain, didn't know she was pregnant, and in labor tested positive. And yeah, that's what they with me in our hospital. Yeah, they don't play. Um, but then again, I think that it is also depending on like the system really lets these babies down, and they need we need more social workers, more good act good real foster parents. Just there needs to be we have to do better. This could have been prevented. We have to do better. But okay, Trina, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay, you guys ready?
Here we go. Let's hear the defense.
Disappearance and death of his daughter, Kalia. If you truly sit here today and you enter with the presumption that Christopher McNabb is innocent, and you hold the state to its burden of proving him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, the just verdicts and the true verdicts are going to be not guilty in this case. As you listen to the evidence, I'm going to ask you to do what anybody else who is trying to solve a problem or make an important decision would do. You want to look for the who, what, when, where, how, why of this case. You want to know who killed Kalia McNabb. You want to know what happened that day. You want to know when did it happen? Where did it happen? You want to know how it happened, and you want to know why it happened. You're going to hear evidence today about physical altercations between Christopher McNabb and Courtney Bell. And you're going to hear evidence that they and their friends used drugs. I expect that the state is going to rely heavily on these 2 facts to try to convince you that Christopher McNabb killed his daughter on October 7th. But the real question is what happened between 9:30 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. on October 7th, 2017. The evidence is going to show there were 4 people in the home that night. There was Christopher McNabb, there was Courtney Bell, there was Clarissa McNabb, the 2-year-old daughter, and then there's Kalia McNabb, the 15-day-old daughter. Chris and Courtney put the girls to bed around midnight for the last time. Kalia got up several times. She needed to be changed, needed to be fed several times. But around 5:30, they put her and her back in bed, and they laid down on the couch. About 9:30 that morning, Chris got a call or a text from his dad letting him know that he had sent him some money. He said, "Are you awake?" Chris said, "Yes." Chris got up from the couch, walked into the other room, and found that Kalia and Clarissa were both fine. Laid back down, fell back asleep. Less than an hour later, Clarissa, the 2-year-old, comes and wakes her parents up. And she says, "Sissy gone, Sissy gone." So they didn't quite understand what she meant. So they got up and they checked. And sure enough, Kalia is gone. Without a trace, she's gone. From that point, a huge search was conducted. And unfortunately, Kalia was found less than 900 yards away from the home the next day. I think one of us talked about watching the first 48 hours, how important that is. But what happened in the first 48 hours of this case is the police determined that their suspect was going to be somebody close to the child. Certainly, Chris McNabb and Courtney Bell are the closest one to the child. And they focused like a laser on Christopher McNabb as being the person who killed his daughter.
Obviously.
In fact, they developed their whole case around the supposition and the hypothesis that Christopher McNabb is the one who killed his daughter. And you know why they did that. Look at him. Look at the way he looks. Look at the fact that he had physical altercations with Courtney. Look at the fact that they did do drugs. Of course, they're going to look at him. But pretty soon they realize they cannot prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And you're left with a difficult decision in this case because there's the evidence that you don't hear is much more important than the evidence that you do hear. When a pack of lions go after a herd of gazelle, they don't go after the smartest gazelle. They don't go after the fastest gazelle. They go after the gazelle that is vulnerable, the gazelle that's hurt, the gazelle that's not as smart as the others. And that's what the police did in this case. They went after the people who were most vulnerable in this case, the people who had just lost their 2-week-old daughter. Now, I honestly do not know what happened in that trailer between 9:30 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. on October 7th. But I'll tell you this much, neither does the state. And at the end of this trial, neither are you. Judge Ott's going to tell you that a reasonable doubt can be based on the evidence in this case or the lack of evidence. And at the end of this trial, you're going to be wanting more. At that time, I'm going to ask you to bring back verdicts of not guilty on all counts for Christopher McNabb. Thank you.
Trenda, do you know?
Morning. I introduced myself to most of you during the jury selection process. I am Brian Frost, together with my colleague, Tyler Carey. We represent Courtney Bell. We are here, obviously, for a terrible, terrible reason today. I want to thank you on behalf of my client and really the entire criminal justice system works because of you and your duty that you provide here. I know it's not the most fun thing ever, but it is essential, and it's essential to my client today. However long we're here. My client sits over there shrouded with the presumption of innocence. You heard Ms. Zahn say that yesterday. That is the truth. You heard Mr. Carter echo that again. The state does have the burden, not just of proving every charge, but of proving every single element of every charge that they have indicted her on. And that is beyond a reasonable doubt. That is no small burden. Now, they say they've accepted that. We shall see. Some of the things that I want you to, that I would ask you to pay particular attention to are not just the evidence that they put in, but the things that you don't hear, the things that leave you with questions, thinking, I wish I had that answer. Those are critical things. When Ms. Stone stood up and said, you're going to hear this, you're going to hear that, she also didn't say, you're going to hear my client make a 911 telephone call right about between 10:30 and 10:45. So those are the kind of things that I'd ask you to pay close attention to. Again, Mr. Carter said they are going to smear the character of our clients. This is, I can't speak for both clients. I only represent Ms. Bell, but they truly are going to do that. They are going to bring up things like they called it an unsavory lifestyle. I'll leave it at that. That does not make her a murderer. So please keep that in mind. Please don't rush to judgment. Listen for the cross-examinations. Listen again to the things that you wish you would hear I know that sounds strange, but look for the things, I guess. Think about the things that you don't hear so that you can contemplate those questions later on down the line. What I don't believe you're going to hear at all is any evidence whatsoever, direct or indirect, that my client had anything to do with this heinous crime against her daughter at all. So with that said, I ask you again, please pay particular attention. I see you have your notepads and pens. I'm going to ask you to do something, if you will. On at least one of those sheets, draw a line down the center. On the left side, whichever side you prefer, but say the left side, make notes of what you think is evidence the state has given you. On the right side, list the questions that you're left with for the defense. And we'll talk more about why I've asked you to do that and how those lists come out when we reach closing. So with that, I thank you again. Please keep an open mind. Don't rush to any conclusions. And again, thank you very much for your time.
What an opening statement for him, huh?
Yeah, it's so kind of. I'm trying to think of how to put it. I don't really like that defense attorney either, Nace. I really don't. I just think it's really interesting how both defense attorneys and even the prosecution really want to focus on how important, the evidence is or the lack thereof.
Right.
Which we'll get into later, and you guys will see for yourselves that there really, I will give the defense attorneys this. There really wasn't a whole lot of evidence.
Just circumstantial. I feel, at least. I agree with you, Trenda, because, and I think that's another reason that I was so drawn in, because I'm like, well, wait, the further you get into this, it's like, wait a minute. This person was there, but when, what, like, you know what I mean? I don't want to say the specifics yet, if you get what I'm saying.
Oh, I do. but it's really important to, you know, kind of like just definitely like just really pay attention to what everyone has to say.
Mm-hmm.
On day one, we really won't get into the different, like, the changes in the stories that you will hear later on. This is just to kind of like really break down the timeline for you, because it wasn't, I mean, there's a lot of really important aspects of this case that I don't feel, or that I kind of feel get lost in the midst of, like, when you first hear about this case, you're like, oh my God, they're cousins. And that becomes, you know,
Yeah.
like the main focus of it. But there really are a lot of important, you know, details that you got to pay attention to.
Yes, I agree. Especially pay attention to a lot of the testimony that there's going to be several witnesses, and I mean, I'm not going off of their lifestyle either. Just that there is that chance of, you know,
Like
oh my gosh,
like the lifestyle they live being
a probable doubt. There's a
yes.
chance of, yes. It's why, like, yeah, I couldn't get it out. I don't know why. You guys, I don't know if you're interested in the family tree. I will post it. It is something. It lights up. Like, I'm not. It's not funny, but it just it really does.
Well, when you break down the family dynamics, you've got, you know, Chris and Courtney, who are first cousins, and then you've got her father, Tim, and you'll hear from Megan, which is Courtney's cousin on her father's side, and then you'll even hear from Tim's sister, Kim, which is Megan's mother, and then Craig Weatherford, which is Megan's brother, and Kim, you know, all of these people are on Tim's side. And then you'll hear from Courtney's mother, which is Pam Hamby.
Oh, whoa, girl, yeah.
But she is Chris's aunt. And then
Melissa Davis.
Yes.
We'll hear from today.
Which she is Craig, his fiance's mother, who was a friend of Courtney and Chris. So, I mean, there's all these different people, and then just trying to remember, like, the majority of them are family, and then hearing, you know, because the first witness that we're actually going to get into is Tim, so Courtney's father. I feel that his testimony is super, super, super important, just because of how big of a role he played in helping, you know, in Courtney's life and the girls' is, and but
exactly. I like
he doesn't get along with Chris. He didn't, you know, approve of their relationship at all. And it's just kind of interesting how even though they're family, like, everything's kind of split, like, down the center, if that makes sense.
Definitely. It is like you said, the dynamics, and then also it's the associates.
Mhm.
Like, you know that expression your parents always say, you are who you hang with. Well, it kind of, I think, and this situation in this case actually made it even worse, because that is true.
Yes.
Everybody, and it's sad because I don't want anyone to lose focus of Kalia. Like, that's in the midst of this is the justice and getting her justice. Um, I hear several times, you'll hear she's 2 weeks old, 15 days old. Um, Same thing to me, a day apart, a day apart. But just okay. Now, you did mention at birth there were complications, correct?
Yes. So when you get into, there's so many different people, but there were complications. Somebody came and stated Courtney ended up spending 2 days in the hospital with Kalia due to complications from the birth. We just never find out what those complications are, other than all they've stated is Kalia was born prematurely. So I don't know if it was just because of her being born premature, she had to be put in like the NICU for a few days so that she could breathe and eat on her, or so they could make sure she could breathe and eat on her own, or if it was, drug related. They never go into too much detail on that.
For being premature, 6 pounds, 6 ounces, that's still pretty decent.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, even my 3, they were full term, and even they, were in the 6 pounds, 15 ounce range. So 6 pounds, 6 ounces really, like you said, is not that small.
Yeah. So did you want to move on to Tim?
Yes. So, like Alicia said, you're going to hear there's quite a few witnesses, but to kind of, we wanted to focus on who we felt gave the most important testimonies. And the first one we really wanted to focus on was Tim, so Courtney's father. He really helps break down what happened in those 2 weeks of life for Kalia.
Also, has everybody here heard the 911 call? Like, I feel bad. We did that all the first day, the 911 call and the body cam footage. Let's just say in the 911 call, I mean, do you want to play we could do the 911 call? And do you want to do that? Because it's not very long.
Yeah, we can.
Because I think that in the 911 call, her tone, her act, just you'll see. Do you have it, or you want me to? Hold on 1 second. My husband's got to get I'll pull it up. Do you want me to pull it up?
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second, guys. And you talk while I grab.
Okay. So there's actually an incident that kind of happened on October 3rd, and in the timeline you learn, like we discussed earlier, that Kalia was born September 23rd, went home the 27th, spent a few days with Megan, her, the cousin, and then on October 3rd, Courtney's dad picked up the girls and he had them for 2.5 days.
Do you want me to do the third 911 calls or the seventh, the missing?
If you want, we could start with October 3rd, just so that it kind of, I guess, kind of help explains like that portion of it.
Okay, I'm gonna do Courtney's call first because she did call first.
And just kind of a remind, to kind of fill in some of the blank or the details that we haven't covered yet. So at this time, before the call occurs on October 3rd, the girls are with Megan Sorrells, Courtney's cousin. Courtney called her mother, Kim, expressed to her that she was overwhelmed because Megan has 4 children of her own already and was taking care of Kalia and Clarissa as well. Kim called Tim, so Courtney's dad. He got upset about the situation. He went to Megan's house, picked up the girls, and then they explained to him that Courtney and Chris were in fact doing meth and, heavy drugs. He left from their house with Clarissa, went to Courtney and Chris's trailer to pick up the PT Cruiser that he had given to Courtney so that she could get back and forth to doctor's appointments and so on for the girls. So this is all about him picking up the girls and him taking the car away from her. You can go ahead and play it, Alicia.
I'm getting there. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I'm what's going on with the slowness right now, but we'll get that. Of course, I told you it's because of stupid airdrop. I did airdrop you guys, and what the heck was that? Okay. I did airdrop, and I will never do that again. I messed this up. It got work files and everything confused, but here we go.
October 3rd, 2017, hours 52 minutes and 52 seconds p.m.
Newton County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hello.
Yes, can I help you?
My dad and them came to my house. My dad and my grandparents came to my house. They had my little girl in the car. I took my little girl. They went to my cousin's house where my kids were, and took my newborn that I just had, and they took my car.
Why did they do that?
Said that they were taking my kids.
All right, what address did they take them from?
12145 Highway 36, Covington, Georgia 30014.
All right, 12145 Highway 36.
Yes.
Okay, is that Eagle Point?
Yes.
What lot number?
30.
30?
31, ma'am. And I came to a friend's.
Where are you at now?
Sarah. I'm sorry.
Where are you at now?
I'm trying to find my friend to get her address. Hey, what's your address? What is your address? 1837. 1837 Woodlawn Road.
Okay, do you know where your parents went to?
Yes, their house.
Which is where?
65 Loudon, Loudoun Drive.
So they just showed up at your cousin's house and took
Yes,
your kids?
ma'am. It's crazy.
And they didn't give you a reason why?
They said that they were taking my kids, that I had left them at my cousin's house for a whole day and a whole night. And, I mean, I don't see an issue with that. My cousin has kids, and they were playing over there.
Okay, so did your cousin contact them to come pick them up?
No, not at all. I've talked to her. And she lives right there at the Village Park, like not even a quarter mile from Pine Valley, Eagles Point.
Okay, and you did not give them permission to take the kids?
No, ma'am, I did not. I got my daughter, my 2-year-old, and they went back to my cousin's house and got my newborn. My kids spent the night with my cousin,
Uh-huh.
and they came today and took them.
Okay, so do you have your 2-year-old right now, or they have them?
Yes, she was in the car with my papa and my nanny when they all pulled up. And I took her out. And then a lady I know gave us a ride to my friend's house.
Okay, hold on just a moment for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So sad. Just think about it. What the possibilities.
Hello.
All right, ma'am, what is your name?
Courtney Dell.
You said Courtney Dell?
Yes. Cortney.
All right, and what's your phone number you're calling from?
I'm not sure. It's my cousin's phone. She let me borrow it. Mine broke yesterday.
Okay, so I'm going to send a deputy to you on Woodlawn Road, correct? 'Cause that's where you are currently.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, they'll be there with you shortly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So you guys notice how she said her phone broke yesterday? And let's listen to Dad's call. I can't see chat right now. I should probably pull that up, huh? Trenda, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I'm like, oh no, because I can't see. But yeah, definitely take note that I don't know why it's there we go.
There really isn't a lot of emotion.
Nope. And think it's think what's it?
Isn't a lot of emotion.
Sorry guys. What it's about.
October 3rd, 2017, 6 hours, 47 minutes and 17 seconds p.m.
Newton County 911, where's your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. Can you send the police out to my house at 65 Loudon Drive, Covenant, Georgia 30014?
Yeah, 65 Loudon Drive. What's going on there?
Yes, ma'am. It's containing my grandchildren. You have got a police dispatch now. I'm on the phone with my daughter, but she won't let me talk to the police. Okay.
Okay.
She left both her kids. They abandoned both their kids last night at my niece's house. My niece called me today at 4:30. Could not get in touch with her or the daddy. I went to pick one of the young'uns up, the 2-week-old up. She snatched the 2-year-old out of the car. So I come on home. Okay. Well, I called Mr. Philip Bradford. Mr. Philip Bradford is one of my buddies there. He worked for the city police department when I got back home to find out what I needed to do. Okay. He's supposed to be sending me a number through text for the 1-800 for the defects number to where you can call them. Okay.
Yeah. So right now, hold on. Let me try to figure this out. So right now, you have the baby right now.
I have the 2-week-old baby sitting on my kitchen table in there.
Okay,
yes,
all right. And so your daughter is not there right now, the daughter or the father of the baby?
No.
So you just have questions on what you could do about the situation?
The father, I think he is on the run from the police, okay?
Okay. And where does your daughter live? Okay,
She lives at the trailer park on 36, used to be Pine Valley. I think it's Eagles Landing or something like that now.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Single 24, Georgia Road. Vehicles are set one.
That's pretty much it. They're gonna dispatch somebody out.
I mean, even just the difference between both of their calls is, huge. She sounds more agitated and just mad, whereas he's actually genuinely upset. He and the whole reason why he called the cops, and in his testimony, he explains that when he went over to pick up the car from her, they had, he couldn't remember if they exchanged words or not. But from the calls, it sounds like she came out frustrated and upset. Chris ran off to go over to Missy Davis's house, which is Craig's fiance's mother's house, because she lived right across the street. So he took off. Courtney's left to handle this situation. Her dad pulls up. She goes out, grabs Clarissa from the vehicle, and is more upset about the fact that he's taking the car away than the fact that he has, the girls.
Yeah.
And, he also stated that, at one point, he could actually hear Chris in the background yelling, let's pretty much trade. You take the girls, we'll take the car.
Exactly. Yes, he did. I'm sorry, you guys. My baby is teething right now, so if you hear him crying, my husband is trying everything. This was all night last night, Trenda. So sorry if you hear him. He is just like, we're trying everything.
No, it's okay. I'm a mom. I've got 3 little ones myself, and my daughter's actually standing right next to me. I'm trying to fix her tablet while we're doing this, so I get it.
All right. So, do you want? Is it true that he could take the girls for the car? They were willing to do that. I'm sure that I know that when you abandon your children after so many, and she didn't leave her children over her cousins overnight.
Go watch your show.
They were there 2 nights, 3 days, right? Let me see.
Yes, for from the 1st to the 3rd is when they were at Megan's. And when they dropped, and Alicia will kind of go into more detail about it when we start discussing Megan's testimony, but according to her, when they dropped the girls off at her house, it was just they never said where they were going. It was, or that they would be staying that long. It was just, here, can you watch the girls? And they left.
Yeah. And you will hear from a deputy that testifies that responded to Courtney. I wanted to point that out. So let's get into it. You ready?
Yes. Okay, so some highlights that I took from Tim's testimony. At the very beginning, he kind of goes into detail explaining about, Courtney and Chris. He didn't approve of their relationship. He gave Courtney the PT Cruiser in order for her to be able to get back and forth for the girls. He bought it outright, gave it to her. He had a set of keys and she had a set of keys. He did not like Chris at all. Anytime Tim came around, Chris pretty much disappeared and either hid or just left. And what's really interesting is Chris actually was not involved in Clarissa's life for the first 18 months. He was, really absent, and Courtney actually lived with her father, and her dad helped her get the trailer that they were living in. He spoke to a friend and who owns the trailer park, and they got, he agreed to allow Courtney to sign a 1-year lease over there. So she moved in first, and then Chris moved in about 3 weeks later.
He was incarcerated also during that period. He has a pretty lengthy rap sheet, guys, by the way.
Oh, yes. And he also described Courtney as the primary caregiver. He saw and I quote, he saw her as a very loving and attentive mother. He said that she, really loved the girls, did great with them. He couldn't recall that or whether or not Courtney had black eyes while he was over there, but the officer that that responded did say that she did have black eyes and they looked fresh.
Yes, he said they were very fresh. And that's why I said kind of pay attention to them. My phone broke. So I think that there were some things going on. You know what I mean? Domestic wise, obviously. And insecurities, I'm sure. I'm gonna go ahead and go ahead. I'm gonna show you guys some pictures of Courtney when she was pregnant with Clarissa. And just the way she talks, the things she says. Let me actually do this.
Well, how do you like it?
And then share my screen. We close this out because we're not gonna ugh, crap. I thought I lost you guys. I was like, I'm gonna share this with you guys because he kept activate, deactivate, and delete his Facebook. And the names of his Facebooks were pretty weird.
Cool. And he had a few different accounts.
Sorry. Get that over there. Gosh, you're my little man. He's like, Mom.
Everything is for you
Dead.
guys.
Sorry, you guys.
I got her still.
Here we go. Courtney, as you can see, as it loads, you can probably read. She was arrived. This is when they found out.
Go to work. Sorry, guys. I love you too.
I don't know what that's about. Oh my gosh. I'm never doing that airdrop again. Oh, my computer has been like cuckoo for coconuts ever since, and my phone.
Technology is just not our friend today, because now even my daughter's tablet is just frozen and I can't get the screen to work.
Yeah, like I don't know what's going on. So this is Courtney showing up after she's known that Chris has jumped out of the car and ran because he's afraid that they're going to accuse him of the death. And this is her arriving to the scene. Look at makeup on. You'll hear testimony about what was said in the car later, and I'm gonna give all that away. Hold on, and then also let's see. Here it is. He is going nuts. John, you're gonna have to stand with him. He wants to stand. You have to stand with him right now, or it's not happening. Okay, so and here we have was like, hold on, what is going on? Okay. Can you guys see this good? Let me zoom in a little bit more. Oh, a little, let's go, girl. Okay, so she went by Courtney Love. So this is Courtney here, and this is apparently Jaden. It says, thank y'all. This is when she found out she was pregnant. I love my Hayden. He's my bested buddy in the world. This little man is 9. And when I need to talk and let things off my chest, he's always listened. And you couldn't beat him up to get him to tell you a single detail of anything I tell him. Loyalty. And then Chris must have, or no, she puts, sorry, I meant I love my Jaden, not Hayden, LOL. This damn phone autocorrect F's me up all the time. And then Chris must have wrote something because she says, I love you too, baby. I can't wait, neither. I'm so happy, so ready. Can't wait to hold my baby. So excited, and thank you for knowing I will always be the best mommy a baby could ever ask for. And I know because that you're gonna be the best daddy I could have found. Y'all are my whole world. I never want to know other in my life but you for the rest of my days. I love you, Daddy. Okay. But yeah, somebody I saw this and I was just kind of like, whoa. You know, like that's pretty telling of like where her mentality you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Little
her mentality and
hanging out with a 9-year-old and
Thank you.
Okay, so Courtney's father guys, let me find him. Oh, there he is. This isn't a good picture, but we have better ones. Here is, oh my gosh, stand up with can you guys still hear the baby? Oh, there he goes. Maybe he finally stood up with him. Oh, I gotta open this. Crap. Let me X this one out. This is Courtney's father, Tim Bell. Come on now. Come on. Take your time. I think I'm gonna have to go get him and hold him. This was not a very good screen grab. Sorry, guys. Actually, I don't even think I screen grabbed that. I think I got that off of a site. But that is her father, and I think that we can go, do you want to go into and this is right here is going to be the responding officer the day that he will describe to you about the black eyes or the black eye and how fresh it was. And that's Deputy Joshua Hicks. And you want to go into the, oh my goodness. You ready to go into some more testimony?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Let me stop sharing mine.
So after the October 3rd incident actually ended really well. Officer Hicks actually, when he responded to the call, the way he described Courtney was she was very sporadic. She would go from being calm and collected to panicking and then back to calm. I lost my place. Sorry, just one moment.
Mommy, are you fixing my tablet? Mama, are you fixing my tablet?
Hold on, Skybug.
Like, I'm not my tablet. Okay.
But yeah, so Courtney was very sporadic, and he did say that he did, and she did have black eyes. When questioned about it, she ended up she didn't want to talk about it. She kind of refused and avoided the question. He said they looked fresh. He kind of talked to her a little bit about the situation. Chris was not there when she spoke to the officer. She said that, things were kind of crazy. He asked her if she felt that the girls were safe with her father. She answered yes. And so in light of, the conversation they had, he kind of gave her the idea, like suggested that she allowed Tim to take the girls, stay there, let him stay there for a few nights until things kind of calmed down, and then, you know, he could bring her back or bring the girls back. She agreed. And then she completely, after that was figured out, she completely changed focus to, sorry, my dog's loud right now. But she switched focus to the car. She really wanted the car. He had to explain to her that it was considered a civil matter, and so she would have to, you know, take it to court, deal with it, but amongst them. Tim took the girls home. That was that Wednesday night, or no, that was on Tuesday night. Girls stayed Tuesday and Wednesday night. Thursday morning, Courtney actually ended up calling her dad because she wanted to see the girls. He agreed. He went, picked her up, and they ended up arguing for a few hours about the car. She just kept, you know, saying she wants it back, she wants it back. Well, once, you know, Tim never, you know, and never ended up giving it back. But so they argued about the car. She stayed until early afternoon, and then he ended up taking her home, and he kept the girls. He told her that he would bring the girls back on the condition that she cleans the trailer and, you know, keeps it clean. At this point, Tim's under the impression that Chris is completely out of the picture. When Courtney called that morning, she explained that Chris had left, said that he was leaving, not coming back. So Tim's, you know, Tim has no idea that it was just an argument. Well, he ends up bringing the girls back that Friday on the 6th. He shows back up at the trailer early afternoon, kind of around lunchtime. Sees that she kept her word, trailer's cleaned up. So he drops the girls back off with Courtney. Chris was hiding behind a tree when he pulled back up to the trailer. He brought the girls fresh milk, diapers, and the girls were clean. He bathed them and stayed there for a few minutes, talked to Courtney, and then he ended up leaving. That was the last night that he saw Kalia alive.
Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. I was actually just getting ready to start talking about when that Saturday morning when Tim explains what happened with when Kalia went missing.
Okay. Did you play the testimony already, or?
No, I can.
Or hold on, because I have the. Would you guys? Do you guys want to see the testimony, or? Because I could get it. Well, trying to, if you want to talk while I grab it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Oh my gosh! Ow.
So remember, the girls are with Courtney and Chris at this time. On Saturday morning, Tim got up around sometime between 8 and 9, got in the shower, got out around 9:30, and about an hour or so later, Courtney called him. She asked him if he had gone to the trailer and grabbed Kalia at any point in time. He said no, he did not, and he asked her why. She stated that Kalia was missing, and he asked her if she called 911, and she said no. So she called her father first before she called 911. I think that's kind of an important detail to remember.
Also, remember Melissa Davis was at the house before she called 911?
Yes, because she actually so, and Tim wasn't aware of this, but so she actually so she texted Melissa Davis, said the baby is missing. Melissa's their neighbor. Melissa didn't recognize the number, and she ended up calling, found out it was Courtney, and was like, the baby's missing. Like, what are you talking about? Courtney said that the baby was missing. Melissa grabbed her grandson and walked over to the trailer where she actually, Chris was standing on the porch. Chris just kept screaming about how they're going to think I did this. They're going to think I did this. She proceeded to try and calm him down. She grabbed his hands and, was like, what is going on? Why do you think they're going to think you did this? And one thing that she really touched on and wanted to make sure was known was that Chris was completely clean. Because when you get further into the different testimonies from the officers, they, the prosecutors ask, well, how did Chris appear to you guys? A lot of, the majority of them say he was wet because it was raining, as you saw in the body cam footage from the first live we did. So it was raining and it was cold. Give me just one moment. I've got to do something just real quick.
Okay, you guys, hold on. Let me get this to share, and I'm just gonna you guys, I wanted you guys to get an idea and a feel to see how they're acting in the courtroom as well. So I'm gonna share, and we'll just go into Dad's testimony because, like I said, really, of course, an ad's going to come up. That had to happen. Just give you the feel of and see what really, how these parents are acting. Hold on, because I'm going to have to pause.
Okay, number.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. It's going to do this for 1 second because it always does when it first connects. When I should just straight connect to the Ethernet. All right.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to switch rooms because my husky was getting really impatient. It was wanting to start howling and talking, and had to get somewhere quiet.
Yeah, kind of like my little guy. He said, finally calm down. I had to go. Yeah, I had to go. What's going on?
Stipulation is simply agreement by everyone.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's Dad.
I mean, you can see he's visibly
I don't know
upset.
why it's cutting out. What is... Hold on. It's going to stop doing this because that's not okay. I really do apologize for the buffering.
I think it's just when you're looking at the testimony,
I know why.
it's really
I'm
interesting
about to pause all.
Huh?
No.
Oh, but it's really interesting to watch how Chris and Courtney both react to the different.
Go ahead. I was just saying. Yep. That's what keeps happening, Alicia.
But I mean, he's just covered in tattoos from his, like, obviously his forehead just down.
Yes. And if you notice, he has Kalia's name. He gets that Kalia's name tattooed above his eyebrow while he's in jail, awaiting to be sentenced to prison, and he spells her name wrong. It is spelled wrong. He spelled it Cale instead of I.
This time, Your Honor, the state calls Tim Bell.
And I actually really like her father. He seems very genuine, and I mean,
Yeah,
he just comes off as a really great guy. He's very respectful and just kind of quiet.
It does. I don't know why it does this for a second, even when it's normal feed. We just wait for him to. What's going on here?
Mr. Bell, you can adjust that microphone to your height. Is it good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand? Swear or affirm that the testimony and the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, my God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can lower your hands. Please state your name.
Timothy Wade Bell,
How old are you, sir?
46.
And do you have,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, where do you live currently?
In Covington.
Specifically, what address?
I don't need to know my address.
Look at
Pull that mic down or lean closer to the mic. Okay. I don't feel comfortable giving my address.
Okay. Where did you live in October of 2017?
Covington.
Okay. And did you live at the same address?
Yes.
And that's in when you say Newton County?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an address, what part of the county, the north or the south?
Jackson Lake.
Okay. And at that time, in 2017, did you have a granddaughter by the name of Clarissa
Yes.
McNabb? And what did y'all call her?
We call Russell.
Okay. And at that time in 2017, she would have been how old?
2.
Okay. And now she's
4.
okay. Now who is Courtney Bell?
She's my daughter.
Okay. Is that Clarissa's mother?
Yes.
Do you see Courtney Bell here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please describe an article of clothing that she's wearing out?
Black.
Okay. Is she
Black.
okay? Is she seated over
Look, and he's even still.
Okay.
That's his
Now,
little girl, you know.
how old is Courtney?
26.
And who is her mother?
Pam Hamby.
Who raised Courtney?
Me.
And is Courtney given birth to any other children of Larissa?
Yes.
And who is that?
Claire.
Okay.
Kalia.
Kalia. Now, Kalia was born in September.
Yes.
Do you recall the day specifically?
23rd, I think.
Okay. And what hospital was she born at?
Piedmont.
Is that
Newton.
the hospital here off of 278?
Yes, Newton.
All right. And were you present when she was born at the hospital?
Not present when she was born, but a few hours later.
Okay. So did you go to the hospital to see your granddaughter?
Yes.
Now, are you aware of whether or not she was released immediately on September 23rd after she was born?
No.
Did she stay at the hospital for a period of time? Do you recall how many days she stayed at the hospital?
Like 3 days or so, 3-4 days.
Okay. So would it be possible that she was released from the hospital on September 27th of 2017?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, during that period of time from when she was born on the 23rd and when she was released on the 27th, did you have the opportunity to see your granddaughter any other occasion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when she was released from the hospital, where did she go to live?
To that trailer.
Okay. And when you say that trailer, tell the members of the jury where that trailer was.
Off of Highway 36.
Okay. And is that a particular?
Eagles Landing, Eagles Nest, something like that.
The Eagle Point Mobile Home
Okay,
Park?
all right.
Okay. And is that off of Highway 36 south of the Covington bypass, or do you know?
I mean, I don't know about the south, but yes, it's right below Henderson's restaurant.
Okay. So do you know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the bypass?
Bypass is the New Cut Road.
The road there where Johnny's Pizza and
Yes, yes.
the gas stations are,
Yes.
the CVS,
Yes,
McDonald's,
ma'am.
all that.
Okay.
So if you were on that, at that location, would the trailer park be further down 36?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, how did Courtney come to live in that trailer?
I knew the owner of the trailer park,
Okay. Who was that?
Johnny Evans.
Okay. And did you assist in some way?
Yes, I called Johnny and asked him would he rent Courtney a trailer.
Okay. And did you get that arranged then?
Yes.
And what trailer number did she live in?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 9?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
Because I had to fix that window.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit number 9?
The trailer?
Okay. The trailer that Courtney lived in?
Yes.
And is this fairly and accurately depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then I'd offer State's Exhibit number 9 in the evidence, Judge.
Submitted without objection.
Do you guys want to continue listening to his
You
testimony?
have a screen there in front of you, sir. Turn it this way. You see that, Mr. Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's the trailer that Courtney lived in?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Courtney have Clarissa there living with her?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point in time after she moved in there, do you know if another person moved in there with her?
Yeah. Chris
Okay. And when you say Chris, who are you referring to?
McNabb.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, black. Right there.
So I'm going to take that as a
Now,
no. We don't want to
Mr.
continue listening to his
Bell,
testimony.
do you know who the father of these two children is? Is Chris McNabb the father of these two children?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, then
Eagle
let's
Mobile
skip
Home Park,
to.
you
Is there a
indicated
part of
that
it?
Johnny
Which part of this did you want? That he does state.
It's a little bit further in his testimony. I wasn't able to grab the exact timestamp. He really gets deeper into like the dynamics of their relationship and things like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he does.
Further in. His testimony lasts close to an hour long.
I want to definitely next will be
I just want to point out, like, you can just tell he is such a good dad. And he loves, not only Courtney, but Kalia and Clarissa as well. And he loves Kalia.
And there's Courtney.
October 3rd, 2017, 6 hours, 47 minutes, and 17 seconds p.m.
We heard this, actually.
Yeah, this is the 911 call.
That we played already. So let's pop that. And could you imagine? I mean, there are a lot of single dads out there raising kids. It's more common than it. You know what I mean? Like it used to be.
Yeah. It was. It lasted about 5 days?
Why am I buffering? What's going on? Yeah.
And what day would that have been? Do you recall?
No, ma'am.
How many days was that after this incident?
Well, that was a Tuesday into Thursday, 2 days.
Okay. And that's the first time you saw her after you got the kids?
Yes.
And what was this encounter about?
She wanted to come see the babies.
Okay. Did she come there to see them?
Yes, I went and got her that morning.
All right. And then what happened when she got there?
It was just an argument all day long about the car.
Okay. You
See?
and her?
Yes.
And what was the argument about?
She wanted the car back.
And did you give the car back?
It is
Why
Ginger.
not?
Yes.
No, you know, I didn't feel right about giving it back.
Now, was she still staying at the trailer, or was she staying over there with you that day?
No, it was at the trailer.
Okay. And was Chris with her at that time?
No.
And what ended up happening as far as the car?
I parked it in the backyard.
Was there a way for her to get it?
No.
She didn't have the keys to it anymore?
Yes, she still had the keys, but I mean, the car, she had a set of keys and I had a set of keys.
Okay. So what did you do then after that argument?
I took her home,
Okay.
took her back to the trailer.
All right. Now, did baby Kalia have a doctor's appointment after that the following day?
I don't know, you know.
You didn't take her to the doctor?
No, no.
And do you know how she may have made it to the doctor then?
She didn't go to no doctor.
The baby?
No.
Okay.
No.
Not that you're aware of anyway.
Right, no ma'am.
Okay. So.
No, because I took the babies home that Friday after I told Courtney that she needed to clean the house up and get the house in order before I would bring the babies back.
Right.
Exactly.
So we're talking about, just to be clear, you said that the baby was born again on what day?
23rd September.
And we were just talking that it was on October the 3rd that you called 911.
Right.
Right?
Yes, I guess, yes.
And you said it was when that Courtney came to see you 2 days later?
Yeah, on Thursday.
All right. So that would have been 10/5.
Okay.
So it's the 5th.
Okay. I'm writing these dates down just for clarification. Okay. That's right. And then
yeah, I mean, yes, I guess, yes, ma'am.
So you said you brought her home the following day or that same day when Courtney came?
The following day, that Friday.
Did she spend the night with you then?
Courtney?
Yes.
No.
So how did you bring her home the following day then?
I brought the babies. I took Courtney back home that Thursday. Okay. I went and got her that Thursday morning and took her back home that Thursday.
So he took them home the Friday morning, like
then
we said.
The babies back to Courtney that Friday at lunchtime.
Okay. And that would have been on October the 6th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you took the babies back to Courtney's, and was Chris there too?
Yes, he was hiding behind the tree, big oak tree.
Okay, and that would have been on 10/6, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
He really went out of his way to avoid Tim at all costs.
So clean up that trailer. What do you mean by that?
I mean, you know how young people are.
did.
They don't clean like older people
He
do.
wanted
You know, the house,
the car.
clothes here and clothes there, dishes in the sink. You know, stuff like that.
Was it fair to say that the trailer was kind of a mess?
Yes.
Was it an environment or in the condition that you would want it to be in for your 2 granddaughters to be raised in?
No.
And you said you told them to clean it up and
Told Courtney.
was that a condition of you bringing the children back?
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, did she have it cleaned?
Yes, ma'am. You know, the kitchen and the living room and the hallways. Yes.
Picked up?
Yes. Picked up and put in totes, plastic totes and stuff.
Now, do you remember about what time it was on October the 6th that you brought the babies back?
Yeah, it was lunchtime, around 12, 1, somewhere in that area.
Wow, I thought it was
And
more.
when you brought them back, were there supplies for the babies?
Yes, I brought them. I brought milk and diapers for both babies.
So you brought the babies back and food,
Yes.
diapers.
Yes.
Was baby Kalia healthy when you brought her back that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was baby Kalia clean when you brought her back that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she fed?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she dressed up and something
Yes,
to wear?
ma'am.
Did you see her after you dropped her off that day?
No, I've never seen the baby after Friday.
So that Friday, when you dropped the child off over at Courtney and Chris's trailer at lot 31, that was the last time you saw Kalia alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Now,
You can just see his face drop.
He's trying to hold it in too, yeah.
the trailer had been cleaned up. Did you see the trailer the following day?
Yes, that Saturday.
Yes.
Yes.
Tell us about that Saturday. What happened that morning?
Courtney, I got out the shower around 9:30, somewhere around in there. And the phone rung, and it was Courtney wanting to know that I have the baby. And I said, no, Courtney. I said, why, something, whatever, And she said, the baby's missing. I said, well, hang the phone up and call 911. So me and my father loaded my mother up, and we took off up to the trailer park there, And I may have called 911 myself too on the way up. So much has happened. Some things remember, some things has slipped over time.
It's so sad.
Concerned on the way driving there about the baby?
Oh yes.
And did you at any point in time go over there that night of the 6th or the early morning hours of the 7th to take the child yourself?
No, ma'am.
Would you have done that without
No,
calling or
no.
getting permission? Now, when you got there, tell us what you saw. Who was there?
The police. They were surrounded with police.
Okay. Was Courtney there?
Yes.
Was Chris there?
No.
And can you tell us the condition or the way your daughter appeared to you at that time?
It's concerned.
Did you assist in trying to help locate the child?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Look all inside. I went with the police officer all outside and all the surroundings that the police would let me go,
And when you said inside, what were you doing inside the trailer? Where were you looking?
In the bedrooms and under stuff, whatever, just in a panic.
It was so sad, you guys. It really was.
Any reason to believe that Kalia could have got herself?
I just kind of wanted to bring up one point to, pay attention to is, so you had several police officers in the trailer. Yeah.
She loved her.
I clicked it. Hold on.
Were there other people inside the trailer searching for the baby?
Good. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're okay. So Tim stated that he was inside the trailer because at this point they're looking at the investigation as just a missing child.
Correct. Yeah.
So Tim's in the trailer. You have at least 2 or 3.
Melissa Davis already was.
Megan shows up at some point. Kim showed up. Tim's parents, so his mom and dad, Courtney, Clarissa, Chris. I mean, you have so many people going in and out of the
Chris
trailer.
Technically wasn't there yet.
Yeah, that's very true.
He
was there, but he wasn't.
So the police nobody should have been entering. That's something. I just think that when you hear a 2-week-old baby is missing and they don't know where she went, and the mom is stating that the 2-year-old does tend to pick her up and try to carry her, I think that their thoughts were like, she must have carried her. You know what I mean? Just hoping for the best, Hey,
Rena.
Hi. I can't see.
But I just kind of wanted to point that out because it's really important later on when they're discussing, when the crime scene technician comes on site and starts really trying to secure everything and do his investigation. That becomes really important.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Well, I guess, do you want to go from here or move to the next?
We can move to the next.
Yep.
Because I mean, really at this point,
Yeah,
Tim's just kind of
it's gonna
explaining.
be
Mm-hmm.
You know, the one that I want to discuss. Actually, no, this is the trailer park owner. His name is Johnny. Oh my gosh, help me out, girl.
Johnny Evans.
Yes. He is friends with Tim Bell and helped get her the trailer. He also shows up that day.
And one of the things he brings up in his testimony is, so he was asked if he saw any signs of forced entry anywhere. He says no. And he actually didn't get, I mean, he was there when they were searching for her on both days, but afterwards he didn't actually end up going back into the trailer until they had already cleaned all their stuff out and it was empty.
This is the 911 call. Did we hear this? Did they hear? We didn't do this one.
She responded to the call on the 3rd.
You're right, she did. You are. Are we sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because here's yes. He is the one that's going to state about her having the black eye. Oops. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. This is important here.
Yes.
And you guys, she's very nervous. This is Megan. Say the last name because I always mess it up.
Sorrels.
This is the cousin that had Kalia and Carissa. She had Carissa the whole time that they were in the hospital. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it right. There, we'll put it here. She had Carissa the whole time that they were in the hospital. So then she ended up having both of them. And she has 4 kids of her own, mind you.
Reason why he might not be excused. You're excused from any further attendance on the court. Call your next witness.
That was Megan Sorrels. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Megan Sorrels.
Ms. Sorrels, who are you, who is your mother?
Kim Weatherford.
And does Kim Weatherford have a brother?
Yes.
Who is that?
Tim Bell.
And does, do you know a person by the name of Courtney Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
My cousin.
You mind talking louder into that microphone, pull closer to you, or you getting closer to it?
Okay.
So it comes out better. Go ahead.
She's my cousin.
Okay. And where were you living back in October of 2017?
High Point Trailer Park on 36.
Where is that located on 36?
Right down the street from the Eagles Point. I'm not quite sure how far, but it's just right down the street.
Walking distance?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you live there at High Point with?
With my girlfriend Brittany and my 4 children.
Okay. And what was the age range of your 4 children?
12, my oldest one. So My second son was about maybe 10.
Thank you, Blue Girl.
9, and let's see, that's 9 now, so she was 7.
Okay. Now, did Courtney have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were they?
Kalia and Clarissa.
And did you watch those
Yes,
children?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you remember when Kalia was born?
Yes, ma'am. September 23rd.
Okay. And do you remember the day that the baby was released from the hospital?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Not the specific date, but do you remember on that day? The day.
Yes, I do. I do remember that day.
Do you remember how the baby left the hospital?
Meaning,
the baby
oh
out of the
yes,
hospital?
Courtney and Chris had went to go get her.
Okay. And were they by themselves?
When they was at my house, they were.
Did they go to the hospital with anybody else to pick them up?
Not that at the time I was not aware that they had no, ma'am.
Did you later learn that they did?
Yes.
Who was that?
Shane Kidd.
Okay. And how did you learn that?
Just by talking. It's not like nobody, like just hearsay.
Okay. Did you see the children that day, the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that?
They came by just for.
Question be stricken. She said that she just heard from hearsay that the person picked up the child with the defendants.
Ms. Zahn?
Judge, I agree with his objection, but I would like to further clarify with the witness that you saw Shane Kidd with them on that day.
No, ma'am.
So when you were in my office last week and said that Shane Kidd was with them and went to the hospital, you were just telling me something you'd heard from hearsay?
But I learned that through the office and talking about that, because I told you that I didn't ever hear that.
So you
when they was at my house that day, I watched Rissa while they went up to pick up Kalia from the hospital.
Okay, then I would
use they, because we don't know. You're talking about
She gets very nervous, you guys.
So instead of saying they, tell us who you're talking.
And
Courtney and Chris, I apologize.
I feel so bad.
I do too. She's trying so hard to keep her nerves under control and stay calm.
She's trying to lay a foundation.
Yes, sir.
I am, Judge. And I know that needs to be down some parts of the jury, but I certainly would like to.
Okay, let me excuse the jury back in the jury room for a second.
But at this point, they end up having the jury leave the courtroom so that they can kind of figure out whether it was hearsay or not, and they don't want the jury to, write it down. And
yeah, they heard what they heard. Do you hear him chomping on his hand?
Okay, everybody be seated.
Okay.
Ms. Zahn?
And her testimony is very important.
And I've got notes from our conversation. I was taking notes. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall telling me that she and Courtney and Chris went to go pick up the baby from the hospital when it was released with Shane Kidd.
No.
You don't recall saying that?
No, I remember you saying that because I had never known that or heard that, and then I heard others hearsay say that.
Okay.
When they pulled up at the house, they brung Clarissa and was going to get.
Again, please don't use they repeatedly, because I don't know who they are. She's talking about 3 people. They can include 3 people or 4 people. So use names.
Courtney and Chris.
How would I have known that? I wasn't there that day when they went to go pick up the baby. How would I have known about Shane Kidd if you had not told me that?
I guess hearsay. I swear I did not say that.
Okay.
I told you that they dropped the kids off and they left with, they dropped Clarissa off, which is Courtney and Chris, and went to the hospital.
With Shane Kidd?
No.
And you understand you're under oath, and if you lie under oath, you'll be charged with perjury. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I never said that was Shane Kidd. I learned that in the office that day. You told me that.
Okay.
My mom was in there also, Kim Weatherford.
Oh.
I know she was.
Yes, ma'am. And I explained about the black eyes and things like that And that's
you
how
also
I got to learn out.
Let me ask this question before the jury comes back here. I was just going to ask you, when they came back from the hospital, what happened with the baby?
They came and picked him up and took him, and I told you that I heard.
Who's
I
there?
don't know why I keep doing that.
Well, I want you to stop talking to the microphone. Don't talk to me. And tell me who they are you're talking about now.
Chris Bell. Courtney and Chris. I'm sorry.
They came back to your house after they picked up
To
the
pick
baby?
up Rissa. I mean, to pick up Kalia.
I
And they
feel
had
so bad for
Kalia. I
her.
told you they took them, and I heard that they took them
I
and
do
dropped them off.
too.
And once again, it's just hearsay. And took them and dropped them off with Melissa Davis.
So you didn't tell me last week in my office that they dropped the kids off with you to keep right after they picked them up?
Right. And then I told you that they picked them up the same day and took them to Melissa. I'm sorry.
Because you're getting real confused up here.
Yes, I am.
We're talking about a timeline. They leave you to go to the hospital, being Chris.
Yes,
and
sir.
Courtney.
Chris and Courtney.
You claim they brought back Kalia. Where was
Yeah, they was
Rissa
coming
all
back.
this time?
He was with Courtney.
Rissa was also with Courtney.
No, Rissa was with me.
I
They
just said, where was Rissa at this time?
I'm getting confused. She was with me. They brought her to me that day before they went to the hospital.
Okay, so they bring
Yes,
Rissa
sir.
to you.
Yes, sir.
You claim those two went to the hospital,
Chris and
picked
Courtney.
up Kalia,
Yes, sir.
came back to your house.
Yes, sir.
Within what time span?
I don't know. A couple hours.
A couple hours. How long did they stay at your house?
Not long, just long enough to. I mean, they was going about their business. They got
How
Kalia.
long would you estimate they stayed at your house?
And they're really like now being hard.
Maybe
on
an
her.
hour.
Hour.
Maybe.
Then Chris and Courtney leave,
Yes, sir.
but they've
With
left
their children.
Kalia.
No, they took their children.
Took both children now with them when they leave.
Right. Yes, sir.
And that's the last you ever saw of those two children.
No.
When was the
No,
next
sir.
time you saw those two children?
Throughout the time that she was born. I mean, she was only 15 days old. They was coming, bringing her.
I'm talking about the relationship to the day we're talking about.
Oh, no, I did not see him later that day.
So when was the next time you saw the children?
It should have, I'm sure the next day. Because I
Why
was
are you
always
sure it's the next day?
because I was always around Courtney and Chris. Well, basically.
What else did you
I
want to
helped them with
ask
their
her?
children.
Did she drop them off on October 1st at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
And they stayed for 2 or 3 days
Yes, ma'am.
until
My
Mr.
uncle.
Bell came and got them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's fine, Judge. I believe Shane
Thank
Kidd
you,
is actually going to
Ginger.
testify, so
Yes, thank you.
if you want to instruct the jury to disregard that hearsay.
Judge, before the jury comes back out, I intend to impeach this witness with a misdemeanor conviction for obstruction. I understand that that usually would not
That's
be,
not a,
except for the fact that it's her obstruction was making a false statement about the location of Gerald Weatherford.
what's the state have to say about that?
Haven't been served any notice of this, Judge. Just hearing about it right now.
Properly certified and everything.
Oh yes, I forgot about
I
this.
believe it's a crime of falsity, Judge.
Okay. Anything else from anybody?
Mr. Young.
It was to make her not credible because of her harboring fugitive, remember?
Mm.
Oh yeah, I guess we don't have to stare at the ceiling. Hold on, guys. I'm like, unless you want to. No, I'm kidding. Definitely don't want to.
Yes, Brittany, I agree.
She's coming back pretty quick. Now the jury's gonna come back in. How are you? I'm not seeing.
Make it easy on each other. Y'all just split.
Brittany's.
one
I'm not
seat
seeing
where
your
you gotta climb over
comments
everybody.
on your channel
Everybody
now.
Down that top row. Move to your right on that top row.
Are you seeing mine?
Seating there.
I'm seeing all of them.
That you heard before going out. I am striking it, so don't pay any attention to it. Now you may go
Least I
forward, Ms.
think.
Hunt.
On September the 27th, when the child was picked up, when Talia was up at the hospital, did you see Chris McNabb and Courtney Bell later on after that?
The day that they had picked her up?
Yes.
No, ma'am, not that afternoon. I did not.
So they did not, you did not go to your house at all? Is that what your testimony?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Do you remember last week saying you came and dropped the child off for a couple of hours with you?
I remember they came back over there and they stayed over there for a few hours and I said they had left, and that's when they left, and I said
Ew, how gross
they
is
was
he?
supposed to have been she was dropping off with Melissa Davis too.
Okay, so is it your testimony today that when they came over after they picked up the baby from the hospital, they just came over and hung out with you at your house with the baby?
Basically, pretty much, yes. I mean,
Well,
I don't
basically
remember the
or no,
exact
basically,
days.
Yes or no? I mean,
Yes.
They were there?
Yes.
So they did not drop the child off and leave the child in your care?
Not the second time.
Not what?
Not the second time.
What do you mean by the second time?
They had dropped them off earlier that day, just Clarissa. I'm pretty sure they took Cloelia with her.
Why does
So
it
they
keep
came
doing
earlier
that?
that day before they went to the hospital
Yes.
and dropped Clarissa off?
Yes, ma'am.
And then they went and picked up their baby at the hospital?
Yes. With whom, I don't know.
And then did they come back to your house?
Yes, they did later. I don't know times or anything.
Did they come back to your house?
Yes, ma'am.
With who?
Just them and the baby.
Them, the Chris, Courtney, and the
Oh,
baby.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Chris and Courtney.
And they stayed at your house for how long?
I figured maybe an hour or so of talking. I mean, I really don't remember. I remember them gathering everything, and they was always on a rush when they were over there. So it's like out the door.
Okay. And then on a rush for what?
I don't know. I never asked why they were leaving right quick most of the time. Now,
Right.
that day, I specifically did not ask where they were going.
Okay.
I did not ask that day. Now, a lot of times, sometimes I'd know that they was running or I was watching them for a reason. But, I mean, no, not that I recall. I did not ask them when they was walking out the door where they were going.
Okay. So when they took the child or children, they took both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they come back again later on, a few days later with the children?
I mean, yes, they was coming over, sometimes to sit for a little bit or drop the kids off for a little bit to me, watch them when they was doing something or something was going on with an argument or something.
Okay.
I watched the children for them.
And you said an argument. Did they argue?
Yes, ma'am.
Chris and Courtney did?
Yes, Chris and Courtney.
And were you concerned about the children being in the trailer when they were arguing?
Yes, of course.
So did they come and drop the children off at your residence?
Yes, Courtney knew they would be safe if she dropped them off, and I was just fine with them,
I didn't finish asking the question. You let me finish. Did they come and drop the children off at your residence on October the 1st?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did she leave them at your house?
2-3 days.
A newborn baby?
Yes, ma'am.
And her 2-year-old daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And you already had a 12, 9, 8, and 7-year-old at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
And now at that time, were you in communication with Courtney?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. She would text and check on them and call me and
She feels
check
a
on
lot
them.
of guilt, you guys.
Was she out of town?
But I never would ask where she was at or anything. I mean, sure she would. I can't say she was out of town because I don't know.
Mama,
I know
Well, I
that.
mean, did she
And
travel
you
for
notice Trenda,
business or
she
anything?
wants to
No.
protect her,
No,
but at
ma'am.
the same time,
Did she even have a car at that time?
Actually, she did have a car. It was a PT Cruiser. Her father, Tim Bell, had gave her.
Okay. And McNabb, he didn't have a car, did he?
No, ma'am.
And you know what kind of activities they were involved in, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that include drugs?
Yes.
So you said that she dropped them off for 2 or 3 days. You don't know where they were during that period of time?
No.
And at some point in time, did you inquire where she was or when she was ever going to come back and pick up her newborn baby?
No.
Could you get in touch with her?
I mean, yeah, I could get in touch with her. She'd text me sometimes and ask. But I never asked when she was coming back or anything because I knew they were safe. And when they were with the children, Clarissa and Kalia.
But at some point in time, you did get frustrated, did you not? That you didn't know when she was coming back or where she was?
I get frustrated from time to time. And I had 4 kids already, so that's stressful already.
So did you call your mother on October the 3rd?
Yeah, I got overwhelmed.
And why were you overwhelmed?
Because I had 4 kids and then plus 2. It was a little stressful, and I just get overwhelmed. I could have handled it, but I don't know. I guess just sometimes moms, you get a little stressed, and I just needed somebody to cry to and talk to for a minute. So
That's so.
I
feel so bad. She feels
cry
guilty.
to her and just let all my stress and worries and everything out on her.
Well, it was your stress, but it was also Courtney's children that you were taking care of.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from raising children that newborns require a lot of attention.
Yes, they do.
And as a result of calling your mother, did Mr. Bell come over to the residence?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what did he do when he got there?
He was mad. He was mad about the whole situation.
And what did he do?
He wanted his grandkids. And so I gave him his grandchildren because I thought that was the right thing to do.
Did he take both of them at that time?
No, he got Kalia from me. And at some point when Tim had went over there to confront them about the situation and a couple other things, they got Clarissa from Tim.
So it turns out when you said you didn't know where they were, and you couldn't attest to whether they were out of town, they were right across the street.
Oh, well, yes. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Now, if they went to hang out, I don't know all that or who they hung with, so I can't say that.
But on that day, were you aware that they were there at the trailer over there in Eagle Point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Tim get one of the children?
Yes, he got.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, sorry. He got Kalia, the baby.
Now, did you later on come to regret calling your mom?
I did.
Why is that?
Because I felt like if I would just sucked it up, if I can say that, and dealt with
relevance. She's asking how she felt about making a phone call. I object to the relevance. And if she's going to say, I feel like I could have made a difference in what happened, I would ask that not be allowed.
Judge, I think it goes to the credibility of her testimony today. I think it also goes to explain, the conflict that she's got today testifying against her.
I'll allow the question.
Cousin. Okay.
Yeah.
So why was it that you regretted calling Tim?
Because I feel like it stirred up everything. I've blamed myself the whole time. Like maybe if I would have just dealt with it a different way, or I don't know. I just feel like I made that phone call that day to my mom and Kim Weatherford, and when she called her brother Tim Bell, everything got out of control, and I blamed myself the whole time. I feel like maybe
So sad,
pissed him off, pissed them. I don't know.
But you never had any concern about the two children's, or did you have any concern at all about the two children's safety?
All the time.
With Tim?
No, never with Tim. Never.
But with Courtney and McNabb, you did?
Yes. I knew my uncle would take care of them. It's just, I didn't really give him a hard time that day because I knew they would be okay.
That's heartbreaking.
Now, you indicated that
It really is. I mean, you can tell that the entire family really tried to rally around Courtney and help as much as they could without being too overbearing.
Where did Melissa Davis live?
She also lived right across the street. I don't know if you would call it Eagles Point, but it was like apartments right next door to their park.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 124. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Melissa's house.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment that she lived
Definitely.
in right across the street?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if State's 124
Oh,
had
no
that.
problem, Recover fan. I appreciate you guys all being here and
Yes, thank you so much.
really.
Is that what I just showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And which one of those apartments was Melissa's?
The one with the trash can right in front of it. That would be her door to the left.
Okay, I think if I'm not mistaken, all of them have trash cans in front of them. I could be wrong.
Oh.
Which, is it on the left or the right side of the photograph?
I guess I was calling that white one on the bottom of the trash can.
Okay, I see that one. Okay.
Yeah.
It just kind of goes for you, like you see something,
No.
say something and do something.
Yeah, where her finger's at.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was called. I guess that's a bucket or whatever.
This could have been prevented.
Oh yes, I mean, and I think they all really realize how much of an impact they could have made if they would have just kept the girls just a little bit longer.
It's not their fault.
The
though.
house that she found closed.
You know.
Oh.
When Tim came over, when Tim came over to get the girls, and he was able to get one of the girls to take home. You know, Kim, your mother. Wasn't your mother's name Kim?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she go to wherever Courtney was?
She did locate Courtney. I don't know through who, and found her at a residence. I don't know the lady's name, and I could not tell you the address.
Sure.
But I know she tracked Rissa down because she was worried about Rissa and wanted to get her to Timbell.
Oh.
This time I'm going to tender State's Exhibit number 12, which is just the smaller diagram of the blow up that State's Exhibit 13. I'd also tender State's Exhibit number 13, which is the big diagram.
No objection. No objection.
Both are admitted without objection.
Now, the father of your children, who is that?
Josh Charles.
Okay. And Craig Weatherford is your brother, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he currently in custody right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where he's at?
He was in Chulton. They just moved him to Newton County recently.
Okay, and that's for this trial,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
All right. And do you know whether or not Craig and Diane were involved in drugs around this time?
They were. I mean, no, Craig Weatherford, what my brother was.
And
Diane,
you
I
guys,
really
this is where it starts to fall together.
What about
Never
Melissa
heard or seen her.
Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for this witness.
Carter, thank you. Have a throat. Exactly sure, but you live fairly close to the mobile home park, Eagle Point. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you live with a friend named Brittany?
Yes.
And 4 kids.
Yes, sir.
And back in 2017, your kids were 12, 10, 9, and 7.
Yes, sir.
The 12-year-old, is that a boy or girl?
It's a boy.
The 12-year-old, was he able to kind of help you around the house some at 12?
He did.
I can't even believe he's asking this.
And the
I just-
7-year-old.
Oh, I know. It's
the
so
boy or girl?
invasive and it has nothing to do with, the case itself,
Play
I
with
feel.
Krista?
I mean, yeah. I mean, both my girls love to play with Clarissa. They loved her.
And your other girl was 9 or 10?
Third.
Your other girl was not was 10?
Yes.
Okay. So your 7-year-old and your 10-year-old during that period of time, they liked to play with Clarissa.
Yeah, well, more.
I can't remember if it's his attorney or Courtney's attorney. They end up asking her a question and she makes like a really interesting statement. I just want to see if anybody else catches it. I think your audio on the testimony's muted, Alicia.
The hospital. But you do know that they dropped Clarissa, the 2-year-old, they dropped her off with you when they went to pick up Kalia.
Right.
And then when they came back to your house, they had Kalia with them and nobody else. Is that correct?
No, I didn't have people like that at my house.
No, Chris.
Chris and Courtney.
Chris and
Yes.
Courtney brought Kalia.
Yeah.
So Chris and Courtney dropped Clarissa off at your house. They went to the hospital and picked up Kalia. Then
Right.
they came, Chris and Courtney came back to your house with Kalia. They stayed for an hour, visited. You got to see the baby. Then they left. I'm sorry. Chris and Courtney left with Clarissa and Kalia.
Yes, sir.
And you said you heard something about going to Melissa Davis's house, but you do not know for sure.
No.
Okay. That's correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And then you said you probably saw them the next day. I'm sorry. You probably saw Chris, Courtney, Kalia, and Clarissa the next day.
Yes.
Because between the 27th or so, whenever she was released from the hospital, until October 7th, you saw them almost every day. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And sometimes they would leave you with her for short periods of time. And you took care of, they would leave Kalia and Clarissa with you for short periods of time, and you would help take care of them. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, sometime around October 1st, Courtney, not with Chris, but Courtney herself dropped off Kalia and Clarissa, and they stayed with you that night. Is that correct?
Courtney and Chris was always together.
Okay, so on October 1st, they were together. And they dropped Kalia and Clarissa off with you sometime around October 1st.
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Bell came and got the girls, Clarissa and Kalia, on October 3rd.
Yes.
So at most, we're talking about 48 hours that they were with you. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right. Could have been less than 48 hours.
No.
Okay. Could not have been more than 48 because you said it was October 1st.
Right.
Okay. During that time, you said Courtney dropped the girls off because she knew that she would be safe with me. They would be safe with me. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And they were safe with you, were they not?
Yes, they were.
There's nothing in your house, your friend Brittany, your kids, nothing was was going to be a harm to the kids while they were with you.
Definitely not.
All right. And you had plenty of food,
Yes, sir.
place to sleep, things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Bell became involved because you told your mother you were getting overwhelmed with the extra 2 children.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Bell, I believe the first thing he did, he picked up Clarissa, the 2-year-old, and took her down to see Courtney and Chris. Is that fair?
I don't know if that's what he was doing.
Okay.
He was going to confront them.
Okay.
My
Exactly.
papa took Kalia and he went down there.
Okay. You sure it wasn't Clarissa that he took? And then,
Clarissa's the oldest one.
Right. He took her
He took
first.
her. That's how they got her.
Right. He took her first. And at some point, he went back and he got Kalia. Is that fair?
No.
Okay.
My grandfather and him both was at my house that day.
Okay.
And they came in my papa's PT Cruisers. There's 2 PT Cruisers involved.
Mm-hmm.
One is my uncle's. The other one is Courtney and Chris's PT Cruiser that my uncle was basically gave to him.
Okay. All right. So what did they pick both of the children up at the same time?
Right, from my home.
From your home. So you
and Tim, went to Courtney and them's house, and my papa took the baby, which is Kalia, with him.
Okay, so they took both children at that one time.
Yeah, they took them both.
And then whatever happened between Courtney and Tim, that didn't have anything to do with you. You didn't, other than hearing about it, you don't have anything to do with that the rest of the time.
No, other than phone calls and checking on them, I did.
Okay. So you did call and check?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that Clarissa and Kalia returned back to the home of Courtney and Chris on October 6th, Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see them that day?
No.
All right. I think it's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Frost?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Or, yeah, it actually is afternoon. When you watch the kids, Clarissa and Kalia, or just Clarissa before Kalia was born, were they either both or when it was just one child, Clarissa, were the children, when they were brought to you, clean?
Yeah.
Fed?
Yeah.
Did Courtney bring food, formula?
She'd always make sure they had their diaper bag and
Okay.
No.
So she didn't just dump them off in dirty diapers and see you later?
No.
Okay. And would you say that your cousin had some things going on at that period of time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was among those, was there some violence going on between?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Between who?
Courtney and Chris.
And this day that the I think Mrs. On focused on, did she have any bruising visible that day?
Which one?
I believe it was the Wednesday or the Thursday before.
Which child? Oh,
Courtney.
Yes, she always had bruises on her.
Did you ever discuss that with her?
We have a few times. I've confronted her about it a few times, but I mean, I went through abuse myself, so I didn't really have to ask many questions. I could tell.
In the relationship?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As opposed to, say, parental abuse.
Oh, yeah.
Like not when you were a little kid. Like
No.
As an
I'm
adult.
talking about being an adult. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure I clarified that for the jury. You said Courtney knew the children were safe with you. Do you think that with what she had going on, whatever that might have been in addition to the issue she had, do you think it was better for the children to be with you than to be in the trailer?
Yes.
With all that chaos and
They was out of the chaos and the argument. I mean, that way Courtney and Chris could deal with whatever was going on. Courtney knew that.
And
that they would be okay while whatever they were doing or whatever. I don't know.
even if that was stuff like drugs.
Yes, that's what I mean.
All right, that's all I've got. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Zahn?
Did you see a black eye on her face on the day that Tim Bell came to the house to pick up the babies?
Yes, ma'am.
On Courtney Bell's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you had baby Kalia at your house for those couple of days, she would have only been just a few days old. Is that fair to
That's
say?
correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you hold that child?
Yes, loved her.
Did you hold that child to your chest?
I always laid her on my chest, and it was like a settling thing to her. It helped me to hold her. To get, everybody loves baby lovings. I enjoyed every minute of it, and I just lay around sometimes when the kids were playing and just let her sleep on my chest or while I was watching TV. I enjoyed it.
Did Mr. McNabb ever see you do this?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he make any statement to you?
He did
What'd he
once
say?
when him and Courtney came by to pick the girls up. I was holding her and had her laying on my chest, and he walked in. He was actually the first one through the door, and Courtney was like right behind him. And he said, "Look, Courtney, she acts like she's actually enjoying this shit."
That's all I have.
What do you guys think of that statement?
Related to Courtney. She's your cousin.
Yes, sir.
And between Courtney and Chris, you'd be closer to Courtney than you would be to Chris. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Whoa, wait. What did I think I might just said that backwards.
Okay.
You were closer to Courtney than you are to Chris. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I might have said that backwards the
sorry.
first time. Okay. Now you are the Megan Lynn Sorrells that was convicted on July 5th of 2012 of obstruction of an officer in the Superior Court of Newton
That's
County.
correct.
Is that correct? Your Honor, at this time I would tender defendant exhibit M5.
No objection, Judge.
Submitted without objection.
That's all I have, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. Ms. Sorrells, what was that conviction for?
It was for my brother, and he was found not guilty on that charge.
I mean, but what was it that you were found guilty of?
It was obstruction of a police officer.
Was it a misdemeanor, felony?
It was. They came out to look for my brother.
I'm sorry. Which one?
I'm sorry, Craig Weatherford.
No. Which misdemeanor?
Did you get months or years?
Oh, I just got probation and a fine.
Was it a month sentence or a year sentence?
It was a year sentence. I'm sorry.
Counted in months?
Yes, sir.
That's a misdemeanor, Mr. Frost.
I'm sorry.
So it was a misdemeanor obstruction of an officer. And you lied about the location to try to protect Gerald?
I wouldn't answer the officer's question, and my brother was in my bathroom.
Okay.
And that's how I received that charge. I didn't say a word, and I wouldn't answer them. So that he said that's what I was going to get.
All right. And is that in any way, do you stand by your testimony here today?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, you may step. Yes, sir. What you got?
Here, Judge. Ma'am, so you were convicted of lying to the police and obstructing an investigation in order to protect a family member. Is that fair?
Well, I didn't answer him. So, I mean, if that's a lie, if you call that lying.
You obstructed justice by trying to protect a family member.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else from anybody? You may step down. We're going to take our lunch and recess at this time. I'm going to instruct y'all that leave all your notes. And when you go out to lunch, don't discuss this case with anybody. Let anybody discuss with you Try the time you arrive on back. It's 12:18 now. I'm gonna give you the 1:45, so you can get out, have your lunch, and come on back. And you're gonna have to go through the metal detector, so try to get here a little bit before 1:45, so you can make it up. Because I can't start till y'all get here.
So what does everyone think so far?
Look at anything, read anything, go on social media or any of those things. But please leave your notes, and y'all may leave.
Yes, I miss when my 3 were really little. My sister's due with her little one next month, and I'm so excited.
This entire time, talking through all of that. Oh
no.
my gosh. I am so okay. Oh wow. Okay, so I'm like, why aren't you answering me? Are you hearing me? Hello, hello.
No, no, I didn't hear anything.
So didn't realize I was muted. Okay, my question is this: how do you guys feel? Do you feel like her testimony was authentic? I definitely do. But I want your opinions and honest opinions.
I think she was very authentic. Personally. I mean,
I do too.
I mean, in a way, it's very obvious on how Megan and even Tim, you can tell that they don't like Chris, but they also try really hard not to allow that to like come out during their testimony.
Thank you, Blues Girl. We're almost done.
I just want to know if anybody else caught what she said about when Kalia was laying on her chest and what Chris said.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
What are your thoughts on that?
So I was asking you, Trenda, do you think that was a dig? He was taking a dig at Courtney, like, look, Courtney, she actually is loving this shit, like, as being a mom, or like, look, Courtney, look, she loves taking care of our kids, like, because I say this only because you will see further when we get further into the testimony and stuff, as we not like all today or any, we're gonna, this is a series we're doing with you guys. But thank you, Blues Girl. I say that because I just lost my train of thought. But what was I saying, Trenda?
About the series.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, like whether it was a dig or not.
Okay, yeah. So, because do you know, you will see further on, like as they do their interviews with the police and stuff, you'll notice a difference in who is the more attentive parent. Do you?
And I think you'll actually be really surprised by that because I certainly was.
So I don't know if that was like a dig at her, at like be a mom, you know, like look, she likes, you know what I mean, or if it was, and I do believe that she may have lied for her cousin a little bit. Like I'm sure them kids came over filthy with no food.
Yeah. Well, I kind of got that feeling too. I see that's a tough question. It really is, because the way she said, like, she presented it as it was kind of like as if he said it real sarcastically.
Yeah.
But like you said, when you actually watch their interviews and you learn, more about how they both were as parents, I kind of take it as it's, like, hey, see, she enjoys, the baby cuddles and she's enjoying this, kind of like, why can't you type deal.
So my parents said he doesn't seem to like it, but when I watched, then I was blown away. Okay. Yeah, we're not done, girl. Ginger, we got a lot more to go. And you guys,
Oh, yes.
when you see these next, the next,
like day of testimony. Oh my goodness.
Yes, thank you.
It
I
gets
haven't had sleep, guys. This is where it gets good. Is the next layer of testimony. This is where you're gonna see all the people involved.
And there's actually quite a few.
Yeah, I actually wrote down the entire family tree and the associates connect. Like there was one we missed, and I'm gonna talk to you about that later. But
okay.
I can't make. But let's finish this really quick.
Yes.
Because we've been on here for a minute. This is the body cam footage, which we played the other day. If you guys want to go watch it, go ahead.
I still really wanted to touch on the canine, just because I feel like it's really, really.
Hold on.
That is.
Hold on.
I'm looking right now. It starts. So he comes in right after.
Because it's after.
It was after the body cam footage, and after America James comes on.
Let me put that on pause. Yeah.
So he comes in
I
at
know exactly what you're talking about.
6 hours and 45 minutes.
He's the one asked to get the king. There's a mirror. What'd you say? 6 hours and what?
and 45 minutes. I just feel like this is really important
Him?
to the next part. Yes.
Because he's asking him to go get the dog. But it's hard to hear this one. Hold on, let me make it bigger for you guys. Sorry. Of course it's going to do that when I do that. Every time. You guys need to lay down. I swear to goodness.
I'm telling you,
It is
technology
midnight.
is not our friend
So much for
today.
my husband's help. No, I mean, it is, but then it isn't sometimes. Like right now, it's going to jump. Watch. See? Told you. I'm going to mute because it's hard to hear him.
I'm more worried about that baby than everybody except her.
Did you catch that? He's more worried than everybody about the child except for her.
Oh, good catch. I never caught that.
And then also Bartlett told us instead of involving details, she let my 2-year-old go to my dad's house for a couple days. She let it all blow over.
When did this happen? Tuesday?
Hey, are you going to be checking this area?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to check in this area? Wherever he was supposed to be?
Check it.
So if you plan on getting a dog over here, because if you do, I don't want to mess up any type of trap.
I think, Bean was trying to talk to somebody about a dog.
Well, I'm not going in the woods in it.
Are you able to do that? Trenda, were you able to do that? I didn't do that.
Oh, it may have been, since it's playing in court, it could have just been from the jury or the prosecutor.
I see. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
I went straight through. There's a cut that goes straight through. Give me a second, walk over there.
Gosh, I want to get rid of this. This body cam footage is awful too, guys. You gotta like.
You said you walked through the cut because it cuts to Henderson Wheel.
I'm gonna mute so you can hear.
said earlier, nobody's accusing you of anything. Right now, we're just trying to figure out where this 2-year-old is.
No.
And we need your help. 2 weeks, I'm sorry.
I mean, I have no idea.
I don't want you to go into the woods, but just give me a generalized that you went through right here.
I went through and went straight. It's like pretty much clear all the way through. Straight. I'm straight out of Henderson Mill.
Okay. And then you went all the way.
Like, see, if you step back right here,
Uh-huh.
through that cut, it goes straight through and you see Henderson Mill Road once you get halfway down.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, that's the flashlight and everything. Just
Okay. To look around. You got
Flashlight during the day is a little awkward, but
For the record, I'm not going to play the Hicks with McNabb.
You keep reaching in your pockets. I'm just curious if you had anything else. All right, you're good. You're good. Okay. Do me a favor, stand here and just kind of communicate with this deputy right here.
I'm going to end out 11 seconds in. So your body camera sort of ends when you're getting the story from McNabb of the route that he had taken. What did you do after that?
We waited for Deputy Bowles to get there with Canine Elvis.
Okay. And I guess did you at some point was an investigator called out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess did he arrive on the scene?
He did.
Okay. Did you brief him of what was going on?
I did.
Okay. Is that because I guess were you considered the first responding officer?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said that I guess Deputy Bowles was coming out with Deputy Elvis.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is Deputy Elvis the K-9?
He is.
it really is where we
Did you stick around
I
once
hope
they
you
got there?
I did.
stick around and
I
come back and watch the
guess
rest.
without getting too into detail about what the K-9 does, is he a tracking dog or something like that?
He is.
Okay. While Deputy Bowles and Deputy Elvis sort of did their tracking of the area.
Was.
Okay. And I guess after watching I'm sorry. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on State's Exhibit 16. I guess after watching the video, I guess right before the break, you said that this was sort of the area that he had walked. Is that or where he pointed at? Sorry. Okay, if this is the lot 31 where y'all were searching.
Right.
Here. Okay. It appears on your body cam you sort of walk down the road and he shows you.
Right. He showed us the cut right here. The cuts to Henderson Mill Road.
Can you sort of or try to draw a line where you're talking about? Is it working? Okay,
No.
one more time. Okay, now try. Okay. When I guess Deputy Bowles and Deputy Elvis arrived, and again, I don't want to get too much into sort of like how the tracking works, all that kind of stuff, but you stayed within the whole time, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did the K-9 track in sort of that same general area?
He did.
Okay. And what happened, I guess, after that search was, or after that one track with the K-9?
We went back to the command post and we had another team, Alpha team, come in and they were going to assist in the search.
And I guess were the Alpha team or Deputy Elvis, were they able to locate the body or locate the child at that time?
They were not.
And I guess during the track of the Alpha team, what happened during that? I guess were you present for that search as well?
I was for the second part. The second part of it, I pretty much waited right here. And then wherever the search went from that point on, I went with Alpha Team 2 because Deputy Bowles was with Alpha Team 1. And they pretty much did the same track going through the woods right there. And they had me standing by.
Okay. After that search with Alpha team, what did y'all do?
Went back to the command post, which at that point had been moved to High Point Baptist Church, which was, it initially was in the actual trailer park, and we moved it over to High Point. Baptist.
Why was it moved to High Point?
For a bigger area, bigger staging area.
Do you remember what day of the week this was?
No, ma'am.
The Saturday sound correct?
It does sound correct.
Okay. And did all of the events that we talked about today, did those take place on that one particular day, on October 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what the weather was like that day?
Kind of cloudy. I believe it had rained a little bit that day. But during the track, I believe it was clear. I don't remember it raining while we were actually tracking.
Okay, and after you said you went back to the command post, what did you do after that?
I waited to be pretty much dismissed by the commander of it.
Okay, at some point were you dismissed?
I was.
Okay. Did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. So that was.
Good afternoon. All right.
Would you mind pushing clear on that one? Thank you, sir. So you first received a complaint about a child missing. What was the actual nature of the call?
It was a missing person, missing child.
And you were training Deputy James at that point?
Yes.
In the video, is Deputy James the one driving the car?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the female?
That's correct.
Okay. So you and her were the first ones to respond to the scene.
Yes.
And then the larger, older man was that Deputy Walden?
Corporal Walden.
Corporal,
yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm terrible with ranks. Corporal Walden, and he is a more senior.
How
patrol
ignorant,
officer. Is that
right?
fair?
That's fair. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so the three of you were there for several minutes before anybody else got there. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as a responding officer, you are trying to. There's several things you're trying to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
You want to find out what's going on from the complainant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you want to make sure the scene is safe.
Yes.
And at some point, you're also helping look for the child.
Yes.
Now, since you're a field training officer, that means you were completely trained at the time.
Yes.
And to do that, you go through police training, law enforcement training.
Yes, I go to the same academy she went to and go through the same field training process.
Which academy did you attend?
Athens Regional Academy.
Okay. And when did you graduate or complete that?
December of 2013.
And where have you worked since that time?
Patrol, and I'm currently assigned to the SWAT division and the warrant unit.
Okay. And that's all with Newton County?
It is.
Okay. So for 6 years, you've been on either patrol or SWAT, or you've been working as a deputy in Newton County.
Yes.
And you've have to receive updated training as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
So were you qualified to conduct the search in this case as you did? In other words, were you trained and qualified to respond to this scene and help out?
Yes.
And did
How
you do everything you
ignorant
could to the best of your
again.
ability?
Yes, I did.
You earlier noted that you thought maybe the trailer was this one, and that you may have cut through in this kind of area here. Is that fair?
Based on my initial look.
You just looked at the wrong one, but that's what you said earlier. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, but then after looking at the video, you can see that it was actually this trailer here. Right? That was the trailer where that you responded to. Is that correct? When we first talked, you thought it might have been that trailer, but after looking at the video, it appears that it's actually this trailer. Is that correct?
It's possible.
And then you and Mr. McNabb actually walked in this direction over to this house here, and there's a gap in the fence right beside the house. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he pointed you in a direction this way as to where he initially walked. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after looking at the video, you determined that it was actually this pathway right here that he showed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And according to Mr.
This is important, guys, or we wouldn't. I know it's kind of like boring, but it's very important.
Yes,
Yes.
it helps put a lot of different things into perspective.
Park Road, and that's where you saw him initially.
Yes.
And he was speaking with,
If y'all mind stepping out there.
Of course. So it's okay. Your kid's missing. You don't go running through the trailer mobile home. I'm sorry, park looking for them, but you run into the woods. Is what is odd.
It really is. I mean, especially with, okay, so if the circumstances were just a little bit different and it was Clarissa that went missing to a point, in that situation, I could
Yeah.
understand him going and running around and, everybody, searching that way. But how they handled her only being 15 days old, that was really, really suspicious.
Definitely. I mean, you guys on my last live, it has the thumbnail. We played the whole body cam footage, and you will see that this officer literally is going under trailers, like he is really looking for a baby, thinking these people might have, he's a trained officer, so anything could have been going through his head. Thank you, Teresa, you got him. But to go to be your first instinct is to run straight through the woods to the next highway. It is a little sus, and that's why they wanted to get the dog.
Well, and I feel it's really important to kind of go into. So the first dog they bring in is specifically a tracker dog.
Yeah.
His entire he works, Officer Bowles, he works with, he's the canine handler. He works with a bloodhound that is certified in specifically tracking. So this dog is, he's trained to assist in tracking the scent from skin cells that get dropped or like left behind in the area. And one of the I think it's really important to remember that tracking dogs are completely different than cadaver dogs. Tracking dogs actually, they can't stand the scent of, cadavers or like any sort of decay.
Yeah.
And he actually goes into specifics on like conditions that can affect and make it harder to track.
Yeah. It was, you could tell it was. Okay, so do you want to go into the specifics right now? Or you want to just list them?
Yeah, I can just list them.
Okay.
So being special needs. So, and this is all stuff that I didn't know. So I learned a lot from this. So special needs, people with special needs actually put off a different scent. Age, Kalia was too small to walk on her own and leave her own scent trail. So hers would automatically be mixed in with, whoever, whether it be Courtney, Chris, a stranger, it would automatically be mixed in. If she was wrapped up. If a person's wrapped up in either clothing or blankets, the person is less likely to drop skin cells and leave a trail.
Yep.
Weather plays a huge part. High humidity causes the scent to leave the ground, so the dog has to work harder to find it. Wind causes the scent to blow around. Higher temperatures, they cause the scent to lift and kind of, like spread out, so it's really hard for the dog to track a straight trail. Terrain is also a big one, like
Yes.
grass, concrete, and wooded areas all have different effects on scent. So
I think even like you were saying how the tracking dog he was like they're able to pick up on special needs, they have a different scent. Well, there's other I learned through other cases as well, they can pick up on if there was like a fight, like a not like like how do I explain that? Like
like a physical altercation or like an argument or
something like that, like
Mhm.
or if like distress, anything that they can pick up on things even as sensitive as that. So that that thing, I think that speaks a lot. But then again, that day, I mean, you guys saw how crappy the body cam footage was, but also that weather was kind of muggy, hot. You
Mhm.
could tell it was hot, like that sticky, wet, and I don't know. And here is the last one we're going to do for today. And this is Missy Davis, Melissa Davis. They call her Missy. If I can get her there.
This one's really important.
I hope you guys really follow us along. Yes. They're all important, but
yeah,
we're trying to like point out which ones are really. And then the next one, I think like they're all important. You guys are going to, your jaws will probably drop. Do you have the audio? Oh, they don't have it on yet.
And say I don't yet.
Out of those apartments onto Highway 36, do you turn left?
Actually, you can go up to the last entrance and it's up on the hill. You ain't gotta get on Highway 36.
Okay, so they are right next door.
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna direct your attention back to October 7th of 2017. Do you remember being at your house that day?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened on that day?
I got a call, we got a text that morning about 10 o'clock saying the baby's gone. And I didn't know who it was. I didn't recognize the number. And I text back and it said Courtney. So I walked up there with my grandson. And Chris was on the porch screaming, they're going to think I did this. And he said, they're going to think I did it. He was hysterical.
Okay. And so you said you walked up there. Are you talking about you walked to Courtney and Chris's trailer?
Correct.
Okay. And that's when you made contact with Chris?
Correct.
Okay. And where was he standing at the time?
On the front porch.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I went up to him and I said, Chris, calm down. What's going on? And he just kept screaming, they're going to think I did this.
And what did you say back to that?
I told him to calm down and let's figure out what's going on. He said, the baby's gone. And I walked in the living room and he walked with me and I grabbed his hands and told him to calm down.
Okay. And what happened after that?
He left. And I asked Courtney if she called the police yet. And she said no. And I just felt like something wasn't right. And I had my grandson. So I told my grandson to run and I left.
And do you know where he went at that time?
No, I don't.
Okay. But I guess he left before you left.
Right.
And Courtney called 911 at this point?
Yes, she was on the phone with him whenever I left.
So when you decided to leave, she called 911.
Correct.
And after, I guess, what was Courtney's demeanor during all of this interaction that you had?
She was calling out Kylie's name or Kalia's name, and while she was on the phone, looking up in her clothes and stuff.
And what
Just
did you do
odd.
after you went back to your house?
I called Craig.
Okay, and who is Craig to you?
Craig is my son-in-law.
Okay, and I guess, how is he your son-in-law?
Diane Davis is my daughter, and he's with her.
Okay. And do you know, is Craig related to Courtney?
Yes.
Okay, how's he related to her?
Cousins.
Okay.
See, guys, they're all
Did
related.
you see Courtney and Chris anymore that day?
No, I didn't.
Well, I guess later that night, did you ever see them?
Yes, I took the kids home. I had my grandkids with me, and I took them home, and they was at my daughter's house.
Okay, so you took your grandkids home to your daughter's house, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, and what time was that at?
Probably 11:30, 12 o'clock.
Okay, when you arrived, who all was there?
Courtney, Chris, and Diane, and Craig, and the kids were in the bed.
Okay.
I had only two of the grandbabies, and the rest of the grandbabies was in the bed.
Okay, and did you speak with Courtney and Chris at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you talk to them about?
Courtney was talking about some guy kidnapping the baby, and Chris was upset not knowing what the baby was wearing.
Okay, and what happened after that interaction?
They asked me to babysit while they went and did some riding.
Okay, what were they riding around for?
Looking for the baby, I guess at dope dealers' houses. I'm not sure. I'm not the one that drove.
Okay, so you didn't go with them at all?
No, I didn't. I stayed with the babies.
Wow.
And did they return that night?
Yes, I did.
And do you know when that was?
About an hour and a half later.
Did you speak with them when they got back?
No, I left.
And did you see Courtney or Chris anymore after that interaction?
No, I seen Courtney one time. They rode through the trailer park, and the newspaper were there, and up near my apartment. And she took me with them, and they took off and they left. And then I seen Courtney one more time on the front porch of my daughter's house, and we didn't speak though.
All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. So you knew Courtney and Chris pretty well.
Not pretty well, but I know them. I knew them for a couple months.
You saw them fairly often.
Pretty much.
And when Courtney and Chris realized that the child was gone, they called you first because you were closest friend nearby. Is that fair?
I'm not sure. I didn't stick around and ask why.
Okay. But you
Smart
did go
woman.
to the house.
Yes, I did.
And you did see Chris.
Yes, I did.
McNabb. Now, you actually grabbed his hands.
Yes.
And you told my investigator, Mr. Hall, that you noticed that he was clean.
Yes, he was.
His hands were clean.
Yes.
His clothes were clean.
Yes.
He did not, his shoes were clean.
He looked like he was normal.
Okay. He did not appear that prior to seeing you, he did not appear that he'd run through the woods or been
No,
wet,
sir.
had been in the rain at all.
No, sir.
Okay. And then at some point while you're still there, Chris left.
Correct.
And you clearly saw him leave. Is that fair?
He wasn't there no more. And whenever he wasn't around when I left.
Okay. When he left, though, you saw that he wasn't carrying anything.
No, he wasn't carrying nothing.
Okay. And you're positive about that when he
I'm
left?
positive because I grabbed his hands.
Okay. When he left the trailer, he did not have anything in his hands.
No.
That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Frost?
No flashlight.
All right. When they first got to lot 31, you were there already?
When the police got there?
No, when Chris and Courtney did.
To lot 31, is that their trailer?
Yes.
Yes, Chris and Courtney was there.
Okay. And you said Chris was, I think your word was hysterical?
Yes.
And Courtney was crying out for the child?
She wasn't crying, she was just hollering.
Crying out the child's name?
Yes.
And she said to you something about kidnapping?
She said she wasn't sure if her, me, mom, and papa had gotten the baby.
Oh, so she was talking about whether or not there was a possibility that her grandparents had come.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ms. Stone?
When you arrived that morning, was it light outside?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you left, was it light outside?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Anything further?
All right, guys.
You may
So what do you
step
think
in.
of that one?
Yes.
They calls Wade Freeman.
I think this is where it is the searchers that. I thought we were done. All right, let's skip to it. How about we do this?
Swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter not been before
This
the
is
court
where
will be the whole truth,
the
nothing
baby
but
is
the truth, so help you
now
God.
about to be found.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Wade Freeman,
Okay. And where are you employed?
Newton County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, shoot.
And were you employed back there back in 2017?
Yes, it was.
And what were your Newton County Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was a corporal in investigations division.
Okay. And is the investigations division, do y'all call that the criminal division?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that entail?
Our unit does investigations on crimes. Patrol goes out, they patrol, they take reports. According to the situation, they may call an investigator out to the scene, or the reports are passed on to us to investigate at a further time, according to the seriousness or the type of the crime.
And I guess, did you respond, back on October 7th, 2017, did you respond out to a 12145 Highway 36?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is that here in Newton County?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time that you were actually called out on that?
I don't recall the exact, it was between 11:30. I'm thinking it was more like the 11:15-ish time.
And what was that in reference to?
That was in reference to a missing person, possible kidnapping of a child.
Okay, can you explain the on-call investigator system?
Yeah, the investigations division is actually two, we all work together, but we also run two separate on-call rotations. One on-call is we consider general investigations, and then the other is the major felony investigations unit. So there's different investigators on each side. I was on the
Okay, so
general
we can
investigator
get
side at the
to.
time, and property crimes, missing persons, a lot of crimes like that is what general investigations does, and then major felony,
How
of
much-
course, major being the more serious felony crimes they investigate.
Okay, so that'd be sort of like your murders,
It's almost-
armed robberies.
Murders, armed robberies, aggravated assaults, those type things.
Okay, and I guess you said that you were the on-call investigator in the general sort of unit on that date.
Yeah, general investigations handles missing persons and that type of thing.
Throughout this case, did you remain the lead investigator?
I did not.
Why is that?
Well, because of the nature of the crime, it became evident pretty quickly that with the age of the child, the situation as it was, that it seemed like it was going to head into a major felony case. So although I was technically the lead that day, I pretty quickly went ahead and evaluated the situation, notified my supervisor, who then agreed that we go ahead and call a major felony in on this situation also.
Okay, so when you first arrived on scene, what did you do?
When I first got to the scene, I met with the on-scene responding officers, found out all the information that they had. They passed on information to me. And then pretty quickly called my superior to let them know the situation as it seemed at the time.
And what was the initial information that you had?
That there was a 14-day-old baby just missing from its bed. The parents had last seen it around, I believe it was 9:30 that morning, something like that.
And then when they woke up approximately an hour later, it was missing.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I guess based on the information that you had, what did you do on scene?
Okay, on scene, once I called out for more manpower, because I'd been told that the child was missing, that there had been a search in the woods already. By the time I got there, there was already a dog on the ground doing a canine search. I went and started speaking with Courtney Bell, specifically talking to her about the situation, trying to gain facts from her, go back over what she had told the initial responding investigators to determine exactly what needed to proceed from there. At that point, Investigator Alexander came down. He arrived. He would be the on-call major felony investigator. We discussed it, and then we kind of parted paths on for that day as to our task and what we were doing.
And I guess what
Right.
did you perform after that?
At that point,
Right, Ginger.
there had been several different theories to me about where the baby may be. Christopher's dad, I believe his name was Michael McNabb, was a possibility. Somebody had spotted a truck in the area that resembled his truck. They thought that maybe he had come down, found them asleep, took the baby without their knowledge. So I was trying to reach Mr. McNabb, Michael McNabb, to make sure he didn't have the baby. There was a neighbor that it was put out there that possibly she had taken a liking to the baby. Possibly she came in while they were asleep and took it. So I located them. They gave us consent to search their home there. Conducted a search in their home, make sure the baby wasn't there.
What about the neighbor? Is that a trailer home that was close to Courtney Bell and Mr. McNabb?
Yeah, the road curves, not necessarily side by side.
Oh my
but they're
goodness,
very
these
close.
kids.
You can look out of one trailer and see the other one if you look at an angle. And they're almost next door neighbors, but the way they sit, they're not parallel to each other or anything like that.
And I guess you checked that lead based on the information that Courtney had given you?
Yes.
And I guess, did you also check up on, I guess they said that Michael McNabb, Mr. McNabb's dad, may have taken the baby?
Right. It took me a little bit to finally reach him by phone, but he was in Tennessee. So I kind of marked that one off the list too as a possibility where this baby may be.
And are those the only two ideas that they gave you at that point?
The one thing was mentioned that Papa, which was Courtney's dad, Clarissa.
Sorry, I believe you're about to get into something that maybe we approached very briefly.
Okay, guys. So, again, there's a trigger warning up. Of course, there is a trial for a reason. I don't know what this is about. That was a glitch that came up that they had to fix. But Hold on, it goes right back up. Which this one wasn't too bad on brakes. Let me see. It's going to be there in a second. I might as well not just push it because it's going to anyways, you know? But Trenda, this is the heartbreaking.
Yes, it's this is really hard to
look at his mugshot. See where he doesn't have her name tattooed there?
Yeah.
See the black eye on her?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of healed, but I am freezing, you guys. Oh my, I thought it would be there already. What the heck? Did I press pause? I sure did. I'm sorry. I blame it on me. I know I'm so tired too. We're almost to the end of day one, but I'm telling you guys, this is going to get very interesting as we get into the next one.
Interviews, what did you do?
Well, once the baby was found, the investigation was officially turned over fully to Major Felony Unit, and Investigator Alexander took the lead on the case.
So does that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Agreement. When a call comes out, generally a patrol officer generally comes out to the scene. Is that fair?
That's right.
And then if the scene appears to have escalated, or if it needs an escalation, then that person will call a supervisor or an investigator. Is that correct?
That's right.
And that's kind of what happened in this case. You were the on-call
That's
investigator,
enough!
so you initially
Oh
came
my
out
goodness, sorry guys.
and analyzed the scene.
Yes.
Once you saw the kind of the magnitude of what was going on, you determined to turn it over to Major Felony Unit, and that then it was assigned to Investigator Alexander. Is that fair?
That's right.
The one other step you could have taken, or that Investigator Alexander could have taken, is to request assistance from the GBI. Is that correct?
Actually, that is in the protocol of what we can do. That is technically per request of the sheriff. We debrief our supervisors, and then those decisions are made at a higher level.
Okay, absolutely. But once it goes through from patrol to you, and then you determine it needs to go to major felonies, then at some point the sheriff needs to make a decision. Am I going to ask the GBI to help?
Sorry, I'm not sure of the question. All I know is we tell our supervisors what's going on, how that all works above us. I'm not 100%
Have you ever worked?
sure.
In your experience, have you ever worked a scene where the GBI did assist?
No, I have not.
Okay. The afternoon of the 7th, you asked for a search warrant, and you received it, and you made a very thorough search of the house. But neither Mr. McNabb nor Ms. Bell at any time told you couldn't the house. Is that correct?
No, they never declined us to search.
In fact, they were searching for help, to the best of your knowledge, whenever they called police.
Right.
Okay, that's all I have to do.
Mr. Frost?
Regarding possible suspects, investigator, detective,
investigator,
it's
fine.
You ran those down, and they none of those panned out?
Repeat
far
your
as-
question.
You said you had a few possible suspects that were given to you. Is that correct?
Right.
And you did search those.
Yes.
Okay. And you ran kind of
Which I believe Courtney and
ran
Chris gave
out of
them
road on
those
those, if you
ones.
Right. Yeah. We did a search. I contacted a couple different people.
Understood. I won't make you go through it all.
Yeah.
And you took the statement from Miss Bell?
Myself and not the day of. There's two different times.
Right.
The second day.
Okay.
The following day on Sunday. Myself and investigator Alexander. Talked to her.
And so you're aware that she's got multiple statements out there.
Yes.
And all those were
Night.
freely
Where's
and
your
voluntarily given,
pajamas?
correct?
Yes.
And as Mr. Carter pointed out,
My
at no
goodness.
point did
Sorry, guys.
the couple, Miss Bell, Mr. McNabb, ever even raise a fuss at all about searching of the premises, the trailer.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Stone, you may step down. Call your next witness.
The state calls Kimberly Morris.
Okay, and this is of one of the volunteer searchers who unfortunately I'm found.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, so Kimberly Morris, this because they called two
This
search
one,
volunteers
she
up.
found. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, she found the contraband in
Yep.
the wooded area, and then
So this is the one where, okay, she's gonna say she found.
Swear or affirm.
I mean, it's pretty quick.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Hand down and have a seat. If you'll just pull that chair all the way up to the microphone. Okay. Will you state your name?
I've done
for
that
the
before.
record? Kimberly Morris. Okay. And Kimberly, I'm going to direct your attention back to October of 2017. How did you, I guess, become involved in this case?
I saw that Saturday morning, or that Saturday afternoon, I'm sorry, where they had been posting that they were going to call off the search and that there were a group on Facebook that was just going to start a search on their own because the cops had called theirs off. And so I messaged, hey, if you get it going, let me know. Messaged Sunday morning and told me we have clearance from the cops. We're good to go. Meet me at the church and we're going to search. And that's how I did it.
All right, so on Sunday morning, that's October 8th, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and did you actually go and meet out at the church?
We first met at a cemetery, and I honestly could not even tell the name of the cemetery. It was pretty far away. And then we all left there and went to the church and met.
Do you know the name of that church?
It's High Point.
Okay, is that off Highway 36?
It is.
And where is that in location from?
It is actually directly beside a bunch of woods and in the trailer park.
Okay. And all right, what happened once you got? You said they moved it to the church.
Yes.
Okay. What happened once you got to the church?
A group of us met and we all started searching. If you're looking at High Point from 36, it's 36, correct? If you're looking at the church from the road, we started looking to the left of the church.
Okay, I'm gonna actually show you State's Exhibit 16.
Okay.
Okay, and do you mind pressing the clear button on your screen? Okay. Okay, are you familiar with it?
I am.
Okay.
And this is really
I guess where's the
important
church
too.
that you're referring to? You can, if you press on your screen, you can actually.
Let's see. I'm trying to see. Where? I'm turned around here.
Okay, this is the mobile home park.
Okay, so the church
And this
is.
Highway 36.
The church is here. Is that the church?
Top screen, it'll down the screen to Lake Jackson, 36.
Okay. And you said this here is the trailer park, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so
Is this?
yeah, there it is.
Okay.
That's
So
what
if
I
y'all
was
met
looking
there, then where did you go from there?
We started up this way and searched all through here. We went across the road here, and then there's a pavilion at the church because it started pouring down rain. We had to kind of halt everything. We went under that pavilion and we waited for the rain to come out or stop. And then once it stopped, we kind of went down this way and made our way down through here.
And what happened after you made your way down through there?
Let's see, we were here. We come all the way down through here and searched all this up through here. And here is where the jacket, the wallet, and the what do you call it, was found. So
I'm sorry, I want to stop you right there. I think you put a little X. Is that? Will you press clear again and then
Yeah.
put the one mark where you said you found that?
This is the path, correct? Right there. That right there. Yeah, that's
Several times. You're the one
yes,
who
sir.
testified.
Yes, sir. But this is where we found that stuff.
All right, and so you said that stuff. I guess what
The jacket, it was a camo jacket, an empty
Guys,
leather wallet,
remember this.
and a drug bomb.
What did you do at that point?
We actually told everyone not to touch it, leave it alone. And I walked back down here, called the non-emergency sheriff's number, and told them we needed to have an officer come out and look at it because we think that it should be something to be seen. One, there were kids in that trailer park that we didn't want to have access to. And two, we didn't know what it was.
And did it look like those items had been there for like a long period of time?
No, honestly, it did not. It had been pouring rain and they were dry.
Did law enforcement come out?
They did. They came out at that point, and when they got there, we showed them everything. And I told the officer I was the one that called because we had a lady that was actually waiting down here at the road to show them where we were. And at that point, a lot of us just kind of dispersed and went back to searching while they did part with that because we couldn't be there with that anyway. And then we all walked back up to the church, and I think someone come running up and yelled, "The baby found." So we all come back down.
So you went back there after you heard that, but you weren't present for.
No, ma'am.
All right, and I guess what did you do after that?
At that point, I stood out because by the time I had gotten there, they had put the yellow tape up because they did that pretty quick. And I held Megan back because she was trying to get in there to the baby, and just asked the media to stay out of her face because they were on the camera directly and tried to get everybody back up to the church so that they could do their job.
It's awful.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you mind pushing there one more time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So this is the church. Your search kind of went in this direction?
Yes.
And then back through and
That is correct.
you believe that you're talking about?
Yes.
Generally right here.
Yes.
I'm not holding you to it, but.
Yeah, it was.
Generally that area.
Yes.
Okay. And in there, did you specifically find it yourself? In other words, or did you see who actually put their eyes on it and said, "Here's something"?
Yes, I know exactly who spotted it first.
Okay. And then, so did you kind of open it up just to see what was in it?
No, I never touched it.
Okay. Was the wallet, was it inside the jacket or how was it laying on top?
I do not know because the lady took a stick and picked the jacket.
Okay. And then when you say bong, you mean something that's used to smoke
Marijuana.
tobacco or marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And when you say you're trying to hold Megan back, is that Megan Sorrells?
It is.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Frost, Ms. Stone, you may step down and may call your next witness.
State calls Tara Robinson.
And this will be the last, and we will be done, guys. I just feel like this is really important for you guys all to hear, and like kind of see the reactions.
And on her testimony, I want you guys to remember the jacket, the rolling paper, the bong, and the wallet that was found.
Yeah, that's coming in. It's very important to remember. Yeah.
My name's Tara Robinson.
So now I hit pause, and then great, I hit it.
Back to October 8th of 2017. Were you involved in a search party to
Let me
locate
slow it down. Sorry, guys. This is important. I don't want to disrespect. So I'm going to slow that down a little bit because this is.
child?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on that date, I guess, what area were you searching?
I was searching. I had just started down the trail, and I was walking the wood line by the property.
Okay. And is that a trail? What is that trail near?
There's just a trail back behind the trailer park, and It's a bunch of wooded area, and there are several trails that branch off to it. And I was just walking down the main trail.
And when you were walking down that main trail, did you notice anything that's out of the ordinary?
I saw the officer standing there.
I'm sorry. You saw an officer standing on that trail?
He was standing where the jacket was.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I had went into the opposite direction past him, and I just proceeded to continue looking in the wooded area.
Okay. And did you see anything that was out of the ordinary for being in the woods?
Yes, eventually I did come to a clearing. It looked like a log that was sitting there. It just looked at a place. It was sitting over a big open hole.
And did you see anything in that area?
I started looking. The tree log was unusual to me, the way it was sitting. And under the log was a pile of sticks and twigs up underneath it. I had picked up one of the sticks and began to move away some of the leaves, and that's when I saw the black string.
And did you do anything about that black string?
I took the stick and I pulled it up to see what it was, and it was a bag. And that's when I told one of the children to go get the officer.
Okay. And did law enforcement come over to where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what that bag looked like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you explain it?
It was like a royal blue, like a medium shade with a small Michael Jordan symbol on it with black drawstrings. It was a drawstring book bag.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Judge. I was wrong. Anthony Carter, we
Hi.
met, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the area? Do you recognize this as the area around where the child was found?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So if this is Eagle Point,
It really is heartbreaking, you guys.
You can use your finger actually on the screen. Can you show us kind of the area where you went on your search?
The area that I went was down towards here in this area.
All right. Can you tell on this approximately where you found the bag?
It was right here in this area.
Okay. Now, was this the first time that you had looked? Did you just join the search at this particular time?
Yes, I went out there at a later time, and I was doing my own search with a group of people.
And so, your mother lives right here, right?
The one beside it right here. That one. Yes.
Okay. And so the cut through to get to the to this little path is beside this house here, right?
Yes, that's a shed. Yes.
It's fenced right here.
Yes, sir.
In the opening. So you go past this little house and you cut this way and then you come up. Is that fair?
Yes, there's a trail that leads all the way back there.
And that trail, there are power lines overhead, and it's fairly clear, you know, compared to the other sides.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you can go straight on that all the way to Henderson Mill.
Yes.
And so when you came out there, the officer that you saw, he was somewhere in the clear area. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm losing my voice. I always do this time of day. When you came, you went actually to the right of that path. Is that right? At some point, you went to the right.
Yeah, where the officer was standing, I had turned past him in that direction.
And then you turned right.
Yes, I did, and I followed the wood trail all the way over there till I saw that other open area.
Now, the place where you found the bag, if you would have gone through on the other side on this other person's property, there's a much clearer area to get to it. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, from Henderson Mill Road, there's like a very clear path to that little depression.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you're coming from this direction, you're going to have to get through some woods and stuff to get to that. If you're going down the very open area, you're going to have to go through some woods to get to the place where the bag was found.
Yes.
If you come the other way on the other side of that wood line, you're going to have to go through less woods, but some wood still to get to the area where the depression was, where the bag was.
Yes.
But if you're coming from Henderson Mill Road, from this way, and you can almost see it. If you come from Henderson Mill Road, this little depression here, this little opening here, that's actually where the depression is, isn't it?
Yes.
And I think the man has his trash can sitting right there in front of where the opening is.
Yeah, it wasn't far from his driveway. It was
Right.
very close to it.
And so from his trash can, if his trash can was in this little opening here, maybe 20 feet to the depression where the bag was found.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ross? You may stay. Witness, 3 witness.
I do.
Oh. You know, that's your 30 minutes.
Say calls
Sorry.
Timothy Dickerson.
Okay. Well, sadly, you guys see, oh crap, that just spilled. Great. My whole life is just spilling over here. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm gonna stop sharing now.
Okay.
Cause hold on. Let me get this. You guys, like honestly, when I first saw this, like I was pregnant with Tobias, like I had said on the last live, and if I was gonna have a girl, I was gonna name her Kalia, because that's how sad this story, like just this poor little girl who just never knew love really, besides for what Megan had shown her, you know. We are, I mean, it is very sad, but I think that awareness we definitely have to bring to certain cases like this that don't get that attention. Also, you guys, when do you think we'll be doing, like, probably 2 more days? The next part 2, well, day 2 actually. What's today?
Today is Wednesday. Well, it's still Wednesday for me.
It's Thursday for me now. So, I don't know, maybe I don't want to do it like too far apart, you know what I mean? Because I want you guys to remember all the, like, remember the testimony that we showed you, because a lot of that is going to be relevant in the circus that you're about to see coming up. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way at all, but you're going to see these kids, the only life they had was either when they were with their grandfather or with other family members.
Yes.
There's going to be a lot of good testimony coming up. A lot of,
Well, and
odd.
I'd really like to also go over, I know we discussed it, playing the interviews between Chris and with Chris and Courtney. I feel those are super important, just so that you can really grasp, the difference between how Courtney was as a parent, how Chris was as a parent, and really see how different their reactions truly were.
Yeah, quitting this will be a surprise. It's surprising. Maybe we could pre-record that and drop that. And but I definitely, you guys are gonna the next well, day 2. I'm trying to think of who all testifies on day 2.
I know the crime scene technician is one of them.
Yeah. Craig, her brother, Craig Waterford, the cousin, does, I think. A lot of the other family members that helped with the search. And her mother also.
Yes.
So
I can get a list real quick.
Yeah. I don't have it's not like right in front of me right now. I just spilled something, so I had to like move. That's why I said, I'm a mess. But it is, the kids are the sad part of the story, and the baby is so hard. Yeah, it is very heartbreaking, you guys, because, okay, a lot of these cases don't get covered because YouTube does not monetize them. So a lot of bigger creators don't want to cover them because you can't, you know what I mean? You can't get, and it's not that they won't even be monetized, but it just,
they don't get the national coverage, and so
yes,
they're not attention grabbers. Like, for example, I didn't even know about this case until like a few days ago. So this is all new to me too. I had never heard of it before. And I'm really big into true crime, so that says a lot.
A lot of people haven't heard of this one, so I just hope that you guys, not enjoyed, but we really want to dissect it with you and love hearing your opinions. And honestly, what do you think about Friday? I don't know. Do you have plans?
I don't. I'm completely free.
All right, well, Friday night at 8? No, it is a date now. We could do it definitely Friday. I don't have a problem with that. And if you want to, we can record in between the the first interviews.
Okay.
For some reason I thought they were shown in the trial, but I think it's only the second ones that are in the trial. So I would just watch for the community tab. If you guys aren't subbed to Trenda, moral transgressions. Let me can you drop your link?
Yeah,
because
I can.
I have sticky stuff all over me right now.
Yeah, I can. Just give me one moment.
Definitely go sub to her because she's amazing, and she is so sweet and so knowledgeable. I couldn't have asked someone, her and Brittany as well, to cover this with with me. I've been wanting to do it. It's a lot of research, and it's not even that it's a research. It's because you want to continue. It's just that it's heartbreaking, and it kind of like you have to your mind needs like just a break from it for a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those cases that you have to kind of do in small doses, and yeah, it's.
We're trying to. That's why we're trying to been doing it like every other day. I think every other day will be okay, but no, definitely. Go ahead, Trenda. I gotta sneeze.
Oh, it's just I just want to say thank you, to you and to Britt and to everyone who came and stayed with us. I know it was long, and but
really was, sorry.
but I feel it's really worth it, and
it is.
I mean, especially for baby Kalia. I mean, that's the least we could do is give her a voice.
Yes, exactly, and that is my main thing. Is in all of this, I don't want her to be forgotten.
Yeah.
Because they are very. The case is very just jaw-dropping at times, and some of the testimony you're going to hear is going to be jaw-dropping at times. So just in all of it, I asked you guys just to you can go. I lit a candle to her. There is a memorial page for her. Actually, I should put the link in. I didn't even think of doing that, but I will do that. And you guys could go light a candle for her on her where her obituary is online. I lit a candle for her, and I was gonna light it for all of us, but I wanted it to be something that you guys could do on your own. You know what I mean? But I will get that link and I will put it in the description of this video. You can light a candle, and you can also send condolences. So if you would like to, definitely do that, because I like I said, in all of this, I just don't want her forgotten, because it's like I said, it is. I asked Trenda, it's going to be it's going to be very different than lifestyles that some people aren't used to. Even it's just very different. Thank you, Archimedes Girl and Ginger and We Recover fam and everybody who has stayed this time. I hope you guys really enjoyed. Oh crap, wrong thing. Just some true crime.
Yes.
Unfortunate, but also bringing awareness. So with that, we are tired.
Yes, I'm very tired too, and I know you are. You've had a very, very long night and day, so
Oh my
you need to
gosh,
go
yeah,
get some rest.
I know, like I was like, sir, oh yeah, I'm tired. We appreciate you guys so much. You have no clue. So sad that people don't cover things due to money. Well, they get shadow banned if they do. A lot of creators, And that's, I mean, it's understandable, but then again, it's, I don't know.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like, especially some, and not all, there are a lot of creators who,
Are freaking amazing. Yeah.
and but there are some who are more interested in being the first to put, cases out there when they first hit national news, and that's, I am beyond grateful that Alicia has allowed me to come up and do this with her.
Oh, stop. I'm grateful you came.
Of course.
I really am. And I'm so glad that, everybody here has had the opportunity to meet you, and I have had the opportunity to meet your subs. We're streaming to both, like, Trenda's channel and mine at the same time. So, like, when I comment or she comments, it shows up me. It's weird, but I don't know, you guys. So definitely then you want to do that Friday.
Yes.
It will be in my community post. I usually announce the day before and the day of. So just look out for that. And we really appreciate you all sticking around for this and actually really genuinely caring.
And if you have any questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
Yeah. Trust me, we have pages and pages of notes.
Yes.
You have no clue. I have, like, and that's another thing I'll put in, we can put in the video. The family tree thing. There's a lot of not neat, but things that you guys would be interested in seeing. And
a lot of the pictures from when they went through the trailer, and
yeah, I didn't show a lot of pictures that I was going to show today, but that's okay. We have another day. I got to get this block. Okay. Please do, because her life. Yeah, exactly. And thank you, Ginger.
Yes, thank you.
All right, you guys, get some rest wherever you are. If it's the same time as it is for me, 1:18 a.m., and my kids are running the house because I'm on the computer and I think they can do what they want. You have no clue. But no, I really appreciate you guys, and so does Trenda. Again, thank you. And we will see you for day 2 of the trial. All right. Have a good night, day, afternoon, wherever you are. Anything you want to say?
Just thank you, and to kind of follow up on what you said. Have a good evening, and I look forward to seeing you guys again in a few days.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.